most elegant of entries and exits.
Good evening. When I was younger, which actually was not that long ago, we had Steve Jobs, we had Johnny Cash, and we had Bob Hope. Now, that's right, no Jobs, no Cash, no Hope. I know what you're thinking. What's going to happen if Kevin Bacon dies? That's it. Might as well give up completely. No bacon. First, let me say thank you for the honor of the invitation. You know, Jan Müller, who gave the lectures last year, as that distinguished political theorist actually based at Princeton University. He's here this year, but when he saw that I was giving these lectures, he fled the country. He's not in Austria right now. Ivan Krastev, who is a permanent member of the Institute, who invited me to give the lectures, also vanished from the country days before I arrived. Shalini tried to escape, and she hurt herself and didn't get out. You can see the injury to her leg, which is evidence of her attempted escape. So what explains why you're here, I don't know. Everyone else, it seems, understood. We do these distinguished lectures at my home institution, Princeton University, the sequence of 3 distinguished lectures, and I have to say, it is the principal way that we deflate people's reputations. We invite a famous person. They come thinking they must say something profound. They attempt to say something profound, and you can just see the reputation deflating in the room. The second lecture has half the number of people as the first, and they are even more angry because they came to the second. And then the third lecture is a dialogue between the host and the lecturer. Maybe it works differently here. Yes, we will. Exactly what I was thinking. Anyway, my reputation will also deflate, but I have the fortune of not having such an inflated reputation to begin with. So the deflation can only go so far. I also have the advantage that I can avoid the profound and focus only on the banal, which is what I'm going to do in the 3 lectures today. So let us recall the fantasy of the CIA. The CIA fantasized for decades to bring down the Soviet Union. It did all manner of covert operations. It funded the Voice of America and Radio Free Europe to try to penetrate into the censored Soviet space. It spent a great deal of American tax dollars and achieved almost no effects bringing down the Soviet Union. Then, all of a sudden, someone begins to say, the Soviet system is rotten. He decides to relax the censorship. He decides to allow information from the West to flood into the country. Forget about Radio Free Europe. How about Television Channel 1 in the Soviet Union? He decides to introduce market mechanisms and unhinges the planned economy. He deliberately sabotages the centralized rule of the Communist Party, as a result of which the federal states, the states in the Federal Union, discover that they are no longer beholden to Moscow. He forces the introduction of multi-candidate elections with secret ballot, competitive multi-candidate elections. He declares that the satellite states of Eastern Europe can go free. Not exactly. What did he say? He said, we will not defend them anymore. They're on their own. In a word, what the CIA fantasized about, but never made much progress on, the General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, he did it. He did it all and then some. Things that the CIA was not even bold enough to fantasize about. He did. Still to this day, having lived through it and watched it and having been there, it shocks me. So now we have a new fantasy. The new fantasy is not the CIA fantasy. It is a kind of combination Russia, Iran, China fantasy. What would that fantasy be? It would be that someone comes along and discredits and maybe even destroys the American system. What would that someone do? That someone would say that the whole system is completely corrupt, that there are millions and millions of illegal voters, that the elections are rigged, that the courts are packed with completely biased judges, that the civil servants are saboteurs and a deep state, that the US media are, quote, enemies of the people, that the US government, quote, kills plenty of people, just like Russia's government. This person would sabotage the State Department, eliminate its budget, block all its appointments, and have his son-in-law run foreign policy. He would attack American intelligence as Nazism. Quote, he would say that states that sign mutually consensual alliances with us are cheaters, that the alliances are unnecessary burdens, even swindles, that the allies are not part of a larger community of values and interests, but freeloaders. He would say that the free trade pacts are self-sabotage. He would give all top government positions to his family members. He would promote generals to run all the key civilian posts so that an Egyptian diplomat would say, quote, you're just like us now, reporting to generals. And of course, he would use his political power to enrich himself, his properties, and his products. Yes, that was the Russian, Iran, China fantasy. And lo and behold, here we are. This is the world we live in now. The first world, the Gorbachev world, as I said, I'm still in a state of shock that the General Secretary of the Communist Party did all of that to the Soviet system and buried it. Thankfully, in many ways, because it went peacefully as a result of him. Now, Trump obviously is no Gorbachev. I think actually this entire room could probably agree on that point. And the West is also not collapsing. My point is rather that the US and the West more generally can only be undermined from within. The threat to the West, the threat to the United States, is a loss of faith and a loss of will in itself. And unfortunately, that's where we are now. Okay. Let's think a little bit about this. I'm not going to talk about, as was already mentioned, Stalin. I have been living with Stalin now for too many years. I wake up, he's in the bed next to me. I turn on the computer, it's all about him. I go to sleep at night, it's all I dream about. Fortunately, I don't live under that system, but I have made myself a captive of it. In fact, Stalin destroyed my eyesight. I can no longer see very well, but my glasses are not with me. They are unfortunately enjoying life back in New York City. I'm not going to talk about Trump either, even though that's all we talk about now in the United States. I don't know how it is here, but we talk about Trump, and then we stop talking about Trump, and somebody says, "What about Trump?" And it's Trump, and it's Trump, Trump and Trump, Trump and more Trump. But I swore I wouldn't do that here. After all, I fled from the U.S. to come here, unlike those who are permanently based here or try to get out while I'm here. I'm not going to talk about Trump's breakthrough and the continuing stalemate in the U.S. political system. I'm not going to talk about how Trump, in a single election cycle, drove a stake through the hearts of both the Bush dynasty and the Clinton dynasty. In a single electoral cycle, through the Bush dynasty and the Clinton dynasty, only to create actual family rule himself. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about the absence of any realignment in the political system, about how one party continues to believe deeply and sincerely that a reduction in marginal tax rates is the answer to every single question. That party is known as the Republican Party. I'm not going to talk about how another party believes that the answer to every single question is identity politics. That party is the Democratic Party. None of that has changed. We have a breakthrough and a complete stalemate, just where we were before. The difference, of course, is that Trump revealed the misalignment between the Republican Party voter base and the Republican Party donor and intellectual base. And he holds this now. And if you think they're going to get rid of him, they're going to impeach him, they're going to flush him down the bowl at the first opportunity, you don't understand that he can fracture that party. He can fracture that Republican Party because he's the one who has support in the voter base. They have support in the donor base and the intellectual class, the rest of them in the Republican Party. So it's going to be very interesting, but I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about the nihilism of the Trump administration, the failure to appoint people on purpose to positions in the federal bureaucracy, the appointment instead of 400 campaign aides, the only people he's really appointed, 40 or 50 people on the one hand, and then several hundred campaign aides, loyalists who planted fake stories about how Hillary Clinton was dying and concocted videos, falsifying videos to show how sick she was and how she was dying for the New Hampshire election, and are now running major departments in the federal government. One of them graduated from high school 2 years ago and is now one of the highest officials in the U.S. bureaucracy. These are known as beachhead teams. Those are the only people that this nihilistic administration trusts. And those are the only people, with few exceptions, that they've appointed. I'm not going to talk about any of that. I'm not going to talk about populism, at least not till the very end. Somehow, populism is a surprise. I've been teaching modern authoritarianism for 28 years. The combination of democratic deficit, democratic mechanisms, and political entrepreneurialism is an ancient story. The formula, the will of the people, the corruption of the elites, the strong man who alone can set things right. I know that story. I'm writing 3 volumes about it. In any case, we often lose sight of the fact that populism brings salutary effects because it brings suppressed issues to the fore. It gives voice to people who are otherwise not part of the political system. It doesn't bring solutions, but it does serve a democratic purpose. I'm not going to talk about any of that. So what am I going to talk about? I think we have a little bit more time before questions. Is that right? Got to watch the clock. What am I going to talk about? Silly old me, I told you it would be banal. Truth in advertising. I'm going to talk about success. In fact, these 3 lectures are going to be about success. I know. Think back to the world in the mid-70s. 4 or 5 of you, like me, were alive then, I can see, looking out at the audience. Think back to the period of the 70s. The oil shock. You remember the oil shock? Price of oil went up 400% in a few months. Remember the oil shock? I do. Remember the Vietnam War? I remember the Vietnam War. Remember when North Vietnam seized South Vietnam in 1975? I remember that. Remember Watergate and Richard Nixon? I remember that. Remember Mao and the Cultural Revolution? The murderous, insane Cultural Revolution of Mao? I remember that. You remember Greece had a military junta? Remember Franco in the 70s for a time was still alive and still in power? Remember Japan suffered its first post-World War II recession in the 70s? I remember that. Remember Brezhnev? Remember Brezhnev drooling on himself? I remember that. It was on French TV, which they couldn't control. He was overdosing on sleeping pills because he had insomnia, an illness that set in during the Prague Spring events when he ordered the tanks to go in. He didn't want to do it. Felt he had no choice. Remember the economic reforms announced by Kotkin, which vanished without a trace, just like Kotkin would do? I remember all of that. I remember Eastern Europe lived under communism. I remember going to Prague and Brno. And I remember people thought they would live under communism with no end in sight. They couldn't get out, and they had no future that they envisioned, especially young people. I remember all of that. I remember the 70s very well. There were some things in the 70s. In 73, the European community expanded. You remember that? The original 6, who'd they add? Ireland, Denmark, and the UK, with Gibraltar, were added in 73. This brought the European community to 9. If you projected the world forward from the 70s, would you have been optimistic? Would you have thought that anything good was coming? Would you have thought that the West was the future rather than the past? Would you have foreseen the repudiation of Mao and the introduction of markets and massive wealth in the monsoon rice cultivation areas of southern China? I didn't foresee any of that. Would you have foreseen the collapse of the Soviet Union? The expansion of the European Union to nearly all of Europe, not 6 or 9, but 28 minus 1. I didn't see that. Would you have foreseen the life expectancy we now have on a global scale? The health, the middle class property ownership, the poverty reduction. 1.3 billion people lifted out of poverty by official statistics. 1.3 billion people lifted out of poverty. It's not just in China. I didn't foresee that. Quote, the past 250 years have witnessed the most spectacular increase in human well-being in history. The economies of China and India, accounting for 1/3 of the world's population, have seen growth rates that are unparalleled in any country, supporting recent expansions in global living standards. Life expectancy in most parts of the world has soared on the back of achievements in child mortality. A child born in sub-Saharan Africa today is more likely to live to the age of 5 than a child born in the UK at the beginning of the 20th century. That's my colleague, Angus Deaton, in his book, The Great Escape. He won the Nobel Prize for economics. Strange as it might seem, life now is better than at any time in recorded history. More people are better off, and fewer people live in poverty. Lives are longer. Children die at a much lower rate. One could also add, and I know you don't believe this either, that this is the safest period in recorded history as well. Now, as one of today's preeminent philosophers said, that's Louis C.K. Louis C.K. put it best. He said, quote, "Right now, everything is amazing and nobody is happy," unquote. So in a way, I have many other Louis C.K. quotes, but I'm going to restrain myself. In a way, that's what we need to talk about. We need to remember that we've had success, and we need to do something with the success that we've had, because we're allowing it to slip from our grasp. Now, you'll tell me that not everything is so great, right? That there are a lot of people living in poverty still. Obviously. That goes without saying. We're not talking about the elimination of poverty. We're talking about averages. There's a problem with averages, right? Everybody knows there's a problem with averages. You put your head in the oven, you put your feet in the fridge, and on average, you're comfortable. Right? Yes. Well, I agree. There is that problem with averages. The U.S. had 13 billionaires in 1980. It's got 540 billionaires today, from 13 to 540. In the 1960s, the ratio of CEO pay to the pay of the workforce in the leading 350 companies was 20 to 1. 20 CEO pay to 1 worker pay on average. By 2016, that ratio was 300 to 1. One could also note that unions have dwindled. They were already only 1/3 of the U.S. workforce in 1960. They are 1/10 of the U.S. workforce in 2016. We could go on with those kind of statistics, and they're important, and they tell you something. CEOs making 300 to 1, the pay in their companies, is a big change from just a few decades ago. Now, of course, where I sit in the university, there's a very loud, passionate cry for more female and black CEOs in those 350 companies, so that women and blacks also can make 300 times what the workers make. And when you point out that that might not have much of an effect on the people known as Americans, you are a misogynist. So like I say, you can look at this any way you want, but there is an underlying story, which is one of success. The problem is we weren't ready for success. The G7, at its height, accounted for almost 70% of GDP. It peaked at just under 70, the G7. What does the G7 account for now? 47% of global GDP. So the G7 countries have only gotten richer, immensely richer than they were. But their share of global GDP is dropping like a stone. That's called success. There's no other word for that. Somehow, however, as I said, we were not ready for this success. Now, the most dramatic success, of course, has been in China. China's GDP in 1979, 261 million. China's GDP today, about 12 trillion. China per capita income in 1979, $270 a year, average income for someone, an inhabitant of China in 1979. Nominally today it's 7,500. Purchasing power parity, it's 14,000. China's income, overall national income, its total economy, in nominal dollar terms, is now 60% of the U.S. In 1992, China was 6% of the U.S. economy. In 2007, China was 25% of the U.S. economy. That's right, China is now the world's #1 manufacturer, #1 exporter, and #1 consumer market for oil, vehicles, smartphones, and down the line. Meanwhile, we can't figure out how to provide economic and social opportunity for the lower middle class and the middle class anymore. We can't figure out how to defend democracy. We have a problem. Success came, the rest of the world advanced. That was the world we were hoping for. That was the breakthrough. The end of communism, China going to a market economy. Okay, it's Leninist market economy, but nonetheless, the people are certainly better off in a big way. I could add stories from the rest of the world. In addition, Mexico, now a middle-income country and a complete success. And you out there can name all the others that you know better than I do. So how could it be all of this success with the caveats, and yet nobody is happy, as Louis C.K., the preeminent philosopher of our day, said? Well, over the course of the next couple of lectures, I'm going to try to explain that. The rest of the lecture today, I'm going to set some of the building blocks for that explanation. I think I'm actually okay with time so far. So, one of the things I encounter all the time, I study geopolitics and power. I've written a whole bunch of books, and they're always about the same thing, geopolitics and power. That's what these lectures are going to be about, because to the extent I know anything, it's only that. Americans, and especially Europeans, have long tended to think of geopolitics as a kind of primitivism to be transcended, right? Escape from geopolitics, somehow transcend geopolitics. There's a right-wing version of this and a left-wing version. The right-wing dream is a fantasy of universal democracy, right? Everybody looks like America, and supposedly benign US-led hegemony, right? The left-wing version is very different. It's a world order governed by supranational institutions with pooled sovereignty. That's how you, quote, escape geopolitics, unquote. What both the left-wing and the right-wing version share is a conviction that the rivalry of states, which obviously have conflicting interests and conflicting worldviews, produces only conflict, insecurity, impoverishment. Hence, the return of geopolitics is always to be lamented. I don't know how many times I pick up some august journal in the US, and there's some incredible deep lament about the return of geopolitics. States begin to act according to their interests, which don't coincide with the interests of other states. Should a return of geopolitics be lamented? Do we really want to escape from geopolitics? In fact, there is no return. It never went away. And there is no escape. The West is the greatest sphere of influence that has ever been constituted. It's a kind of, when I said, a banal point. No denying that that's what it is. But the West is a sphere of influence. And we forgot that. We forgot to talk about it that way, and to defend it that way, and to defend it against others who would undo it. Interstate rivalry can obviously unleash cataclysm. We know our history. But the wealthy democratic West arose not in spite of geopolitics, but as a result of geopolitics. The question is therefore not whether geopolitics is escapable or bad, but obviously the question is, how can you harness the interstate frictions to push the major powers not towards war, but towards security and towards prosperity? Let's think about the period both before the 1940s and the period after. So Great Britain beat the French in 100 Years' War. Once Napoleon abdicated for the second time, it was a decisive victory for the British. It was kind of bizarre that a country which was much smaller population certainly, could beat a country like France. But that's kind of what happened. And then we began to live in a British-dominated world. The British created a world market economy. Now, did they create a fair world market economy? Did they create an equal world market economy? Did they create a world market economy that was friendly towards small and powerless countries? No, that's not what they did. Not at all. But nonetheless, they created a world economy. And the British-dominated world, and it was more and more a British-dominated world over time, had a couple of eruptions. One eruption was on the European continent when Bismarck unified Germany. That was a big head-spinning turn. All of a sudden, a new dynamic power on the continent. Another eruption was Meiji Restoration in Japan. This was not a new country the way Bismarck's Germany was. Japan had existed before, but it was reoriented, much more dynamic. And like Germany, it went on to an industrial spurt and what could be called a forward, and in some people's eyes, aggressive external policy, right? And I could go on. The United States, which was already the largest economy in the world in 1900 and probably in 1880, was not a major part of the international system yet in the British-dominated world because trade was only about 5% of U.S. GDP, and the U.S. had this gigantic continent itself that it could absorb. But nonetheless, it was looming over the international system. Now, why do I bring up this well-known history? It's because it was the competition among these different states that produced the things that we hold dear. For example, science and engineering. Right? If you have ships and I don't have ships, you're going to show up at my door and you're going to tell me how to live. You're going to say, you know what? I'd like your resources. I'd like to enslave your population. I'd like everything you have. And I'd like to pay as little, maybe even nothing. In fact, maybe you'll pay for it when I take it. Right? And so anybody who wanted to survive in the unsentimental, brutal international order had a choice. It could do like the British. For example, it could build ships. It could build tanks. It could found engineering schools. It could expand universities. It could integrate the polity so that the population felt part of something larger and do something called a national culture. Create solidarity. All of these attributes we call modern or modernity, modern attributes. But this was not a socio-political process where you go from tradition to modernity. This was a geopolitical process where you either do it or you become subjugated. Germany was able to do it, Japan was able to do it, and a handful of other countries were able to do it. And it produced the modern world. It produced also a lot of grief. So that was the period before World War I and then through World War I. The period after 1940s is quite interesting. You still have the state-to-state competition. Sometimes it doesn't seem that way, but you do. But you also have the creation of a liberal, rules-based international order, but that did not take shape because of high-mindedness. It was a classic sphere of influence. Moreover, it was inspired and sustained by a comprehensive Cold War with the Soviet Union, or what used to be called the Second World. Remember the First World? and the second world and the third world? That was sphere of influence thinking. The first world against the second world in competition for the third world. Yes, it was. Now, this sphere of influence, known as the West, played a very significant part in European integration. The Europeans did integration. The Americans didn't do European integration. But there's no question that the idea of the West, the idea of a unified sphere of influence, the idea of geopolitical competition was a part of that story. It gave additional impetus in the United States to desegregation, to civil rights, because you had to live up to the promises of the first world. And if you didn't, courageous people in the streets reminded you of the need to do that. In fact, the sphere of influence, known as the West, even disciplined American power. During the Cold War, America did many things that I personally am not proud of, and that I'm sure you have a critique of. But nonetheless, America understood, more or less, that it was part of something bigger than itself, and that it was necessary to remain part of that, because that's where the power came from. There was even an American grand strategy, which, good luck now, trying to get a grand strategy in Washington. And I'm talking about since 1991, not just since the last couple of months. So, we have this kind of paradox. When geopolitics works the way we kind of like the world to be, we deny that it's geopolitics. And when geopolitics works in ways that are less benign, that's when it's bad, it's returning, and we don't want to deal with it. I would submit to you that we're dealing with some misconceptions, and that these misconceptions are non-trivial. They help explain part of our predicament, our inability to defend who we are and what we are. One misconception is that the Cold War was an era of predictability, stability, and relative peace. You know that misconception? I can tell you, the Cold War was totally unpredictable. There were crises all the time. There was risk of Armageddon several times, and not just during the Cuban Missile Crisis, the famous one. There were more than 100 wars around the world during the Cold War. Many more wars than since the Cold War ended. 1 million Vietnamese died. 1 million Afghanis died. That wasn't exactly predictable, stable, and relative peace, was it? The second misconception I would point to is that the current moment is one of profound instability, profound unpredictability, and war. I got to tell you, that's just not true. There is a lot less war now than there was during the Cold War. And there's a lot more predictability than there was during the Cold War. I'd be happy to go into various different examples to illustrate those points. A third misconception, I'll only do 3, is the so-called clash of civilizations. This is my favorite one because this is the panic that sets in when poorer and darker parts of the world begin to gain a little bit of power and say in the international system. That's known as a clash of civilizations. I just don't think that's true. I don't think there's a clash of civilizations. What people are saying when they say the contemporary world, our world now, is, quote, dangerously unstable, what they're saying is that they have now television 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with 600 channels. That's what they're saying. We're lucky we didn't have that during the Cold War. Can you imagine 24/7, 600 channel television about the nuclear Armageddon incidents when we almost fired at them and they almost fired at us? Now, having fought and won the very difficult Cold War, the West is poised somehow to lose the post-Cold War. This is absolutely astonishing. The Cold War was extremely difficult. Communism was a menace. It was a menace predominantly to its own people. The Cold War was necessary. It was not a misunderstanding. Not everything in the Cold War was necessary. Not everything in the Cold War was beneficent. But nonetheless, it was difficult and necessary, and the Western sphere of influence won that Cold War. And now we have the post-Cold War, and we're on the precipice of losing it. Frankly, I'm completely puzzled by this, how we could have gotten into this astonishing situation. So the topic of my Sphere of Influence 3 lectures is either having an international order or not having one, because that's what we currently face. When you have an international order, you can criticize it. The Americans don't understand this, the Americans don't understand that, the Americans shouldn't do this, the Americans shouldn't do that. That criticism is necessary and important. But when you don't have an international order, you can't really criticize it. That's the path that we're on. We were on that path before Trump, and we're on that path now. I've got a couple of slides. I didn't know how big a dud the lecture would be. So I've got a couple of slides to talk about sphere of influence, if it's okay. I still think we're all right on time. No? I was told. All right, let's see what I got. Oh, by the way, this is a course that I give, and this is the exam, History and Geography. I'm sorry you can't see it, but it says name the smaller rivers that run into the Nile, and the person put the answer, the juveniles. The second question here, name 6 animals that live specifically in the Arctic, and they wrote for the 6 animals, 2 polar bears and 4 seals. Yeah, $65,000 a year, Princeton University. That's how we grade in the U.S. A is what you get for showing up, because you're paying that kind of money. And F is what you get when you can't answer the questions in my class. Okay, so here we've got 3 current spheres of influence, don't we? We have Russia in Eurasia. God, that seems so big. We have China in East Asia, and we have Iran in the Middle East. Had I had more time, I would have put in India. India scrambles it a little bit because India has a democratic government. So their sphere of influence is analogous in some ways to these 3, but their political system is different, which makes it a more complex lecture. Maybe we'll get that into the book if this ever becomes a book. All right, so here's a map of the Middle East. You can see Iran, and you can see the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, right? Now, the Shia are the darker green, and the Sunni are the lighter green. And you can see that it lines up pretty well. The Shia are on this side in kind of an arc, and the Sunni are on the underside in kind of an arc, right? So if you were thinking about a sphere of influence, the proxy war between Iran and Saudi, you would say to yourself, they're stalemated. They're stalemated. Neither one, including Iran, can possibly dominate the whole region. And the reason they're stalemated is not because of anything they did or didn't do. It's because of the different color circles. The light color circles are Sunni. The dark color circles, as I said, are Shia. So Iran's influence is inherently limited. And so if you understand this, what would you do? You would make an agreement, even not necessarily a very good one, to make sure Iran didn't get a nuclear bomb. Because once you take the nuclear bomb out of Iran's hands, then you get the Sunni-Shia divide, right, to hold Iran down. That doesn't mean that Iran can't do many things. It can. It can finance Hezbollah. It can do many, many things, right? But nonetheless, the strategic thinking, as long as they don't have the bomb, well, they can't dominate their region as much mischief as they might want to cause. Now, this is not to say that Iran is evil and Saudi is good. I take no stance on either one, who's good and who's evil. Iran is a fantastic, incredible civilization. If you've been to any art museum that's worth the name of an art museum and walk through the whole thing, you invariably come to a section that is absolutely mind-blowing, and it's Persian culture, right? That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about who's better or worse as people or whose culture is significant or insignificant. It's an incredible civilization. We're talking about geopolitics and balance of power. Now, you can say that the nuclear deal was very one-sided and was not well negotiated and all sorts of critiques of the nuclear deal. But if you understand geopolitics and the ability to dominate or not dominate a region, this map is all you need to see. Okay, here's another important map. There are 32 million people, as you know, live in Kurdistan. But Kurdistan doesn't exist. And until this question burns itself all the way through that Middle Eastern map, you got mayhem as far as the eye can see. Until there's a resolution of this question, you know the Kurds were promised a state in the Versailles Treaty. It never happened, right? So, but this question is about Turkey, it's about Syria, it's about Iraq, it's about Iran, it's also even about Armenia, right? So if you're thinking about getting involved in the Middle East, this, whatever you do, is going to burn and burn and burn. Because should they get to the point where they get their Kurdistan, the Iraqi Kurds and the Turkey Kurds, they don't agree on what Kurdistan should look like. So that's when they get to have a civil war about what Kurdistan should look like. So you can project this forward, as any person, elementary geopolitics would, and you can say to yourself, do I want to get anywhere near this? Do I want to be involved in this? Or if you're a humanitarian and you say, you know, many people are dying, this is a terrible situation, how can I get involved? And the answer is, you can't stop the bleeding, no matter how much aid you bring, unless you can resolve this political, geopolitical question. You can only kind of help the people in need, but you cannot get to peace and prosperity unless 32 million people are somehow wiped out, which I hope is not going to happen. So this is sphere of influence thinking, right? We saw the Sunni-Shia divide. Now we see this underlay under the Middle Eastern map. Every one of these states is in play, its geography, its integrity, because of this Kurdistan problem. I could list other issues. The Kurdistan one is one of the biggest. I'm just pointing out what the Middle East looks like. Okay. Now we come to the Russian sphere of influence. Very, very well known, right? In our face every day, in the news all the time. Transnistria, which is a Boris Yeltsin era, right? 1992 confection. Then, of course, there's the Abkhazia, South Ossetia, dismembering of Georgia, Eastern Ukraine, and Crimea. You'll notice that there's not a blotch yet over here. So this is the one that you will live to see. Is next. Yes. Because if there's a wallet on the table, you put your wallet on the table, and you leave the room, and I'm still in the room, and I'm looking at that wallet, and it's just open and sitting on the table, I might be tempted to take it. If, however, there's a wallet in your pocket, and your pocket has a zipper, and the name of the zipper is Article 5, I may or may not think I'm going to get into that pocket to take what's in there. You see, because I have a wallet that's on the table, unguarded. And so that other one that's zipped up, which says Article 5, you know, NATO, Article 5, right? I may take that, but I think I may take this one first. Okay. But overall, this represents what looks like a lot, but is, you know, in terms of Russia's sphere of influence, not very much. The crazy thing about Russia's sphere of influence is that it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Russia exercises influence only in the territories it directly controls. It does not exercise influence in the post-Soviet space. Have you traveled there? Some of you are from there. The influence is declining, the Russian influence. Here's the Eurasian Union, their supposed answer to the EU, right? And this is 2014, so before the ruble crash. All these economies, they have a similar effect when Russia goes down. Now, do you see the Kyrgyzstan economy? You don't see it, right? Because there isn't one, unfortunately. You have more than 33% of the economy is remittances from Russia, and that's in official GDP. Who knows what the reality is? Because it's very hard to measure, right? All the cash transactions in a way that's honest. You see the Armenian economy? I can't see it either. The Belarus economy sort of registers. The Kazakhstan economy has done significantly better. And the Russian economy, when it was valued at about 2 trillion. In nominal dollar terms, GDP now, you're lucky if you can get 1.3 trillion valuation for the Russian economy, right? 1/15 the size of the US economy. That's the Russian economy. The Soviet economy at peak was 1/3 the US economy. Russia's is 1/15 the US economy right now. So it's kind of crazy. The Russian sphere of influence, yes, we know about this. And this is not the end of the story, as I'm suggesting. But then there's this too. So they actually don't really have a sphere of influence, although they're constantly asking for it, and we constantly refuse, rightly so, to grant it. The West cannot prevent Russia from destabilizing its neighbors, but it does not accede to handing over the sovereignty of its neighbors to Russia. It's a similar situation like during the Cold War. Here's a bigger problem, though. This is the nuke table. See Russia? 7,700 approximately, right? That includes some in storage, so-called stockpiles. They're not really in storage, right? Okay, and then you see China's nuclear arsenal? Yeah, right. So this is the problem right here. And you know Russia's military doctrine is that if they're losing a conventional war, they will use nuclear weapons to avert defeat. So they cannot be defeated in a war because they have the nuclear weapons to use, meaning, and their nuclear weapons work, unlike some of these other nuclear weapons. We don't know, right? This one we don't know. This one we're not sure about some of them. Anyway, so that's the problem, and this is the problem too. This is a picture from the bedroom of a 17-year-old Russian who has no shampoo, but who can hack into the global network, and this is what their computer system looks like, managing thousands of computers, bots in other countries. Right? Russian hacking is different from Chinese hacking. Chinese hacking is they do 1 million attacks all at once, and if one gets in, it gets in. The Russians do pinpoint attacks. They go exactly where they want. They get in, and they don't turn the malware on. They just stay, because they may need it later. So they're in JP Morgan, and they're in Goldman Sachs, just in case they want to shut Wall Street down. It's a very different kind of hacking from the Chinese hacking. We have a very false impression. However, of course, this is a problem. Right? Okay. Now let's spend the rest of the time, I'm going to spend about 10, 15 minutes on China, and then we'll close up. I think I'm still okay on time. You never know with an audience. You know, George Bush, remember George Bush? Who could be nostalgic for George Bush, right? Remember George? One day, there he is in front of the White House, and who appears but Moses? Yep, it's Moses. And Bush takes a double take. Huh? Could that be Moses? And Bush yells out, "Hey, Moses!" Moses turns around and starts running the other way as fast as he can. Disappears. And Bush can't understand it because he's religious, practicing Christian. He goes to church. He wanted to meet Moses and he couldn't. Forget about it. About a week later, however, there is Bush on the White House grounds, and there's Moses again. And Bush was a bit of an athlete, and he decides now he's going to run. So he says, hey, Moses. Moses starts running, and Bush starts running too. He runs and runs and runs after Moses and grabs him on the leg and tackles him. And he says, Moses, what's the deal? Why are you running away from me? And Moses looks at Bush and he says, the last time I spoke to a bush, 40 years in the desert. There reaches a point in every lecture where you've lost the audience. You're going on about some nonsense like sphere of influence or geopolitics or whatever the latest claptrap is in the American university system. And the audience comes eager to learn. You're almost 45 minutes in. The coffee is worn off, everything's worn off, and they're not there anymore. And you got the punchline coming. That's where we are right now. I hope. So if you look at this map, the first thing you see is China has more borders than any other country in the world. It's got 20 borders, 14 on land and 6 on sea. Right? It's also got disputes with many of those neighbors over the borders. You can also see, as I'll discuss in the third lecture, that China has no California, which is its principal geopolitical lack. But today, what we want to talk about is, here's a different geography, right? US, if you're going to be a superpower, which geography do you want? That one or that one? How about Canada, Mexico, fish, and fish? You take that one? I would take this one. This one is a harder one. They're completely hemmed in, right? They're hemmed in by U.S. bases here, 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 right? Taiwan, here, Palawan, right? The base in the Philippines. And then they're hemmed in on this side. Desert, which is growing, and ethnic unrest, which supposedly they're managing. All right, so the U.S. and China story, they're incomparable, right? U.S. GDP is still significantly higher than China's GDP. Purchasing power parity doesn't explain the weight you have in the world, the geopolitical weight you have in the world, right? Even per capita, if you use purchasing power parity, right, the disparity is colossal. If you use something called inclusive wealth is a greater concept than GDP. You can see the disparity is greater still. Inclusive wealth is roads, buildings, machines, human capital, natural capital, right? The wealth of the United States and the wealth of China are incomparable. Right? The U.S. also has the global system of alliances, the deep financial markets, the dollar reserve currency, the English language, right? The Chinese don't have any of this. Okay. The U.S. also still, although it's eroding, right, has command of the commons for the most part. Not the same command they had 15 years ago, but they still have command. Okay. This is a map of U.S. military bases in the world. It didn't come out that well, but it covers just about the whole thing. This is the U.S. ability to project military power, to have radar installations, listening installations, right? There's never been a military like this, whose footprint is completely global. And moreover, it's that way on just a few percentage points of GDP. Right? The U.S. military is mobile. It can go anywhere in a moment's notice. The Chinese military is not mobile. It's the big, hulking, Soviet-style armor, ready to crash across somebody's border. They're moving now from that kind of heavy armor military to a mobile one, which is about aircraft, It's about amphibious landings, that is to say, it's about ships, right? It's about projection of power over distance. The U.S. has all that already and more. Okay. But here, I realize you can't see this map. Maybe if there weren't a light directly on the podium, we might be able to see it. Yeah. So this is a map. You saw this in the Financial Times, right? These are China's ports where they have a significant ownership stake globally. Right? In other words, you saw the U.S. military bases, and you see the Chinese ports. And lo and behold, they're the same map. The difference is that the Chinese, right, have trading ports now. Some are still projected, right? Some are Hong Kong companies. Many of them are private companies. But nonetheless, this is the capacity that is already in place for the most part that the Chinese have built globally. Moreover, there's a piece of this which are what we call dual use. Dual use means you build a shipping port that can handle trade, and then it becomes a military port that can handle big ships, for example, destroyers, cruisers, right? The Chinese built their first overseas military base in Djibouti, in Africa. They deny that it's a military base. They call it a logistical facility. Where's the main U.S. military base in Africa? Djibouti. That's right. So the map of trading ports where they have a controlling stake is now becoming a map of potential military bases. By the way, that's completely logical. Okay. Here's the share of world trade, right? This is Mao. See that? There's Mao, and then this is Deng and his successors. So now China has a greater leverage, greater international leverage, because, as I said, they're the number one trading partner of about 43 countries, and the U.S. is the number one trading partner of about 32 countries. Okay, South China Sea, you know that story, right? They claim 95% of the South China Sea, and they call it a core interest, which is the same language used for Taiwan. That tells you that they're going to go to the wall for the South China Sea. You should have no illusions when they say something is a core interest. They mean it. Absolutely. Okay. President Xi Jinping, you remember, famously said they don't intend to pursue militarization. And here's the American understanding of that, right? That China seeks hegemony in East Asia. Simple as that. Okay. So here's that famous South China Sea with the 9-dash line. Right? And as you can see, here's the Philippines, right? Vietnam. Right? And there's China's claiming all of this territory. You know the Paracels, the Scarborough, and the Spratly, right? That's where they have the coral reefs that are now military bases. So the incredible feats of will and engineering in the Spratlys, right? We now have 7 artificial islands. Several are military bases, right? We have Subi Reef, larger than Pearl Harbor. Right? There was nothing there before. Now it's larger than Pearl Harbor. Mischief Reef, Fiery Cross. I'm going to show you Fiery Cross in a second with the 10,000-foot runway. And then, you know, the Paracels, they get the radar stations, the surface-to-air missiles. There used to be, right? Rocky Outcrop, Scarborough Shoal. They haven't built it yet. They just seized it so far. But it's coming. Anybody has any doubts, it's coming. Okay, so this Scarborough Shoal, which is not built up yet, is 140 miles from Manila. That just tells you how close this stuff is. Right? Okay, so here is Fiery Cross Reef. You see the coral? 2014, 2015, 2016. That's what the Chinese can do. They just seized it, violate international law, and they just militarized it, and they built this base, and they have a 10,000-foot runway on Fiery Cross Reef. 2 years. 2 years. So that's where we are. That's the world we live in today. The Chinese sphere of influence in East Asia is a serious one. They're playing for keeps. You may say that's fine. It's totally okay. The Chinese are a great people. They have an incredible civilization. I would agree with all that. They are a great people. They do have an incredible civilization. It's just they don't really have a transparent political system. Okay. So enduring shifts in the global balance of power are extremely rare, but when they happen, they're momentous. That's the world we live in now. Momentous times. Large-scale wars, they're always predicted the day after on cable television. Right? They're only obvious post facto. Right? And even business as usual triggers large-scale conflict. That's what history shows. And we have Chinese opacity. We have American, whatever you want to call it, ignorance and competence. That's the world we're in right now. And all war is miscalculation by decision makers. Wars don't happen unless an order is given, buttons are pushed, right? World War I, sleepwalk into war. There were 1,000 orders just to move the horses and the fodder for the horses. You can't fight a war, right, without orders. 1,000 orders alone just to move the horses and the fodder. You can't sleepwalk into war. You got to give orders to have war happen, right? But it's often miscalculation. All right, so there's our world. We have some historical cases. Remember the rise of German power in Europe? That's an important historical case. Remember the rise of Japanese power in East Asia? Another important historical case. Remember the rise of US power globally? Slightly different because the British yielded, as it were. They surrendered to the rise of US power with that phony nonsense about the special relationship and other ruses, right? So China, we don't know. Like none of the above, it doesn't depend on China alone. Right? Okay. China's rising in a US-dominated world. That we do know. Okay. So US remains the key variable. Eras of omission, commission, domestic politics, right? This is where we are. So we have fateful choices for Washington. Can American primacy be preserved or restored? Should it even be preserved? Maybe enough is enough. Should we keep the current alliances? Should we let them go? Should there be new structures? Right? Should we just accommodate China in East Asia, Russia in Eurasia, and Iran in the Gulf by granting the spheres of influence? That's what they want. That's what they're pushing for. Or should we try to contain them and rebuild a 350-ship American fleet? Right? Those are the choices in front of the American people right now. Right? Is there maybe a new equilibrium in each region? Or are we actually headed for confrontation in each region? Can we find containment and cooperation and delicate calibration? Strength and diplomacy? Can we respect others' interests and values while we uphold our own? This is what's at stake. That's how many people live right now in East Asia and South Asia. Right? Doesn't look like much if you put it on a regular world map, but how about if you put it on a world map by size of the country based on population? Right? That's not what China looks like. That's not what Russia looks like. That's what they look like if you do territory in terms of people. Right? So that's where all the marbles are, as they say. Right? That's where the game is now. Right there. Okay. Now. That's the slide I know when the lecture is over. When that slide comes up, I'm done. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm terribly handicapped, so I'm not going to say much because I need to sit down immediately. But thank you for this really sweeping global view of maybe 100 years of history. And with that, let me just open the conversation so I am able to sit down, turn to Holly, who will have the first word.
Do I call on, or you? Who calls on the hands that get raised?
You could just
Okay.
pick, but Anne also knows most of the people here. So it's
Okay,
fine.
I know Holly as well.
You know.
My question is quite simple. It's what do you mean by power? Because at the very end of the lecture, you had the slide with the 3.7 billion.
Yes.
Earlier on in the lecture, you had who has more nuclear weapons.
Yes.
And earlier on, you had who has how many, what percentage of the population is Shia versus what percentage of
Yes.
it is Sunni. When it comes to geopolitics, how do you measure power?
Thank you. Excellent question. I should have stated that at the beginning or at some point. So power is about your ability to mobilize people and resources towards whatever the strategy, the grand strategy you have. Having a grand strategy already is power. For example, preserving the EU. That would be a grand strategy. And the ability to mobilize people and resources on behalf of that grand strategy, that would be power. You can do that in many different ways. You can do that with what they call hard power. You can do that with what they call soft power, right? Hard power would be things like military assets, ships, right? Soft power would be the power of example, the power of persuasion, the power of alliances, right? So there are a number of ingredients. They have to do with the openness and dynamism of your economy, how much wealth you're producing, how many resources you're mobilizing in an economic sense, having to do with the strength of your society, right? The dynamism, the openness, as well as the solidarity or the absence of solidarity in your society, right? The scale of your human capital, how much, for example, you're investing in the education and the health and well-being of your population. Right? And one could go on. Now, if you lack any of those, or you're low in those various indices, you can resort to what's called asymmetry. So, for example, you can't mobilize the economic and military resources of the superpower, but you can mobilize the resources of 17 to 25-year-olds who can hack. That costs you a lot less, and you can intercede in world affairs and even in sovereign affairs of other countries using that kind of asymmetric power. So there's asymmetric power also. Asymmetric power can be for positive goals, increasing the wealth and prosperity of your own population, for example. We don't see that. We see instead spoliation, right? We see spoliation meaning putting your stick in somebody else's eye and feeling good about that. Right? That's how asymmetric power is currently being used. We have this story of the next lecture, the second lecture, about a story about these exact questions of how the U.S. and East Asian sphere of influence, the U.S. sphere of influence with Europe and with Asia, did things to the Soviet Union and China, and you had different outcomes, right? That's the lecture about what is the difference, if anything, between communism and fascism. Right, that's the second lecture, so I'll go into greater examples of these kinds of things that I just outlined, to concretize them a little bit in this point. Now, the combination of attributes you would have to be as good as the most powerful country's attributes. Otherwise, that most powerful country could have the ability to boss you around. Unless that most powerful country is somehow disciplined, is somehow set in mechanisms, institutions, in a story called the West, in which case they can do harm to the less powerful, but not on the scale they could do, given their power, if they were undisciplined. We'll get to see that a little bit in the third lecture when I talk about the nature of the Russian and Chinese sphere of influence through time, but especially today, because, as you'll know, Iran, Russia, and China are all ancient civilizations. They're all spectacular ancient civilizations. They all have tremendous sense of historical entitlement and tremendous historical grievances. They have what we call in English a chip on their shoulder, right? This grievance, this resentment. We have a politics of resentment which takes the form of domestic or national populism, and then there's an international politics of resentment, an international populism, as it were. Our vocabulary is poor to describe this, but I'll describe some of that in the third lecture. But anyway, it's an excellent question. If that's unsatisfactory, I could give more right now, but I think there's more to come on that.
Thanks for a wonderful lecture. Would you, for us in Europe, it doesn't feel like we've been doing geopolitics for many decades because basically the Americans did it for us. Would you agree with that? Where is Europe in this whole story?
Yeah. So there used to be Western and Eastern Europe. And Europe's example, nothing it did except being itself, was already the most significant geopolitical factor inside Eastern Europe. West Germany, East Germany, right, is the strongest example because they could watch on the television and they were nose to nose in Berlin, right? So Europe just being itself, just being free and prosperous, being about human rights, being about social rights, right? Being about democracy, being all the things, the incredible achievement of Europe, especially West Germany's achievement in the post-World War II period, right? All of that is geopolitics. Would there have been a solidarity in Poland without the achievement of West Germany post-World War II? No way, never. Never. West Germany was the linchpin, absolute linchpin, West Germany's own internal development. We haven't even gotten to its external policies yet. Its own external development was the single most powerful geopolitical factor you can imagine. And thank God. Can you imagine if post-World War II German power looked like Russia today? Can you imagine if Germany today looked like Russia? What would be the fate of Eastern Europe? You think there's Kaczynski, you think there's Orban. I can tell you, that's baby stuff compared to what we would see if Germany looked like Russia. Eastern Europe is a strip of land lying between German power and Russian power. That's all it is. We romanticize it. You know, Havel, Power of the Powerless, you know, The Grocer, that great story. There's tremendous romanticism about Eastern Europe. But all it is a strip of land between German power and Russian power. Now, Germany then had an external policy. The EU had an external policy. It was one of exchanges, potentially investment, right? All of that was geopolitics. Absolutely. We don't like to call it that because geopolitics for us is pejorative. But part of the problem now is we need to have a forward policy. We need to have an aggressive policy. We need to push who we are, our values, and what we are against those who would undo those values. Some of that is internal, and a lot of that is external. And if you don't recognize that that's what we've been doing all along, then you kind of handicap or hold yourself back from doing it right now. That's the position we're in. We have now expanded Europe to 27 minus 1, and somehow we're paralyzed. We have this success that even the dreamers didn't think was going to happen if you were alive in the 70s. It was a big deal. Remember what happened with Norway, right? It was a big deal to get the Ireland, Denmark with Greenland, and UK with Gibraltar in 73. That was no small thing. Remember what de Gaulle did before with the UK, right? We all know that history, right? We're Europeans here. Okay. So the idea that we would get to 27 minus 1, stunning. So why is it that we now have this and we're paralyzed? And you can say there are many reasons. And I would agree that there are many reasons. And I would say one of the reasons is because we don't appreciate how we got there, and we don't appreciate what we have. We somehow were unprepared for our success. I know I'm repeating myself, but that's the theme of these lectures. Okay. Yes, sir.
Where do non-state violent actors fit into this story? I think of Al-Qaeda and ISIS.
Yeah, they fit in, they cause mischief. They feel like there's injustice. They have a story to tell. That story is believable or acceptable to those who follow them.
Just mischief or Al-Qaeda?
They think they have some of them have a positive view about what they're creating, like a caliphate. And, you know, I'm not taking a position right here. I have a position, but I'm not taking a position right here about whether it's only mischief or the caliphate is a positive vision for prosperity and stability, right? We could argue about that. Like I say, I have my position. But that stuff is, yes, it's there. I can tell you all about, in fact, Holly could tell even more about the secret societies and the underground in the Habsburg Empire. You know, starting with the one I know well, the Carbonari, right? You can say that's not analogous to the situation we have now. Well, nothing is exactly the same as the situation we have now. There was a year in Russia where terrorists killed 3,000 officials. In Tsarist Russia, terrorists killed 3,000 officials, and it wasn't even necessarily their best year, right? I mean, terrorism was a fact of life in modern Russia. It was less of a fact of life in the Habsburg Empire. That's prior to World War I, right? We're talking about Russia now. Forget about the interwar violence that comes with the war, right? So the non-state actors, we think of them as having somehow miraculously appeared and proliferated recently. And the answer to that is, once again, a television which is on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and in 600 channels. That's not to say it was always the same scale before, it was always the same phenomenon before, because things mutate, and things can rise and fall like a souffle depending on financing, right? Oil revenues, diamond revenues can finance a lot of stuff. There's a big story of the Congo. What's that, you know? I mean, is that a non-state actor, a state actor? There are many different groups that have filtered through the Congo over the last several decades and killed 5 million people. And then some of it overlaps with the jihadism in terms of the morphology of the actors in the picture. And some of it looks more like traditional state, although in its, sometimes mafia-like quality, right? Political mafia-like state. So it exists. It has been there before in different forms. I don't think it is what we make it out to be, which is to say a new phenomenon, nor a globally threatening phenomenon. It causes a lot of grief, especially for Muslims. They're the primary victims of most of these movements, right? And that grief is very real and very serious, and we can see it 24/7, and it's heart-rending. Right? But when we're talking about the rise of China, a rise of a new power in an international system, and the ability or inability of the U.S. to accommodate the rise of China in a way that's mutually stable and prosperous, we're talking about potentially the end of the world. We're not talking about 3,000 deaths or 10,000 deaths or 250,000 deaths. We're talking about the incineration of all your portfolios. You got retirement accounts? They're gone. They're vaporized. Right? That's what we're talking about. We're now in that situation. And we don't understand that we're in that situation. We're in denial that we're in that situation. That situation doesn't have to end badly. It can end really well. It can be more prosperous and stable than the situation we're in now. That's up to the people we call leaders, who sometimes fail to lead. It's up to the pressure groups that push those leaders or define the agenda for those leaders, right? The societies. But that's the world we're in now. We're in a world where the Iranian problem and the Middle Eastern problem is terribly bloody and horrific, but not of global geopolitical significance. We're in a situation where Russia has unique capabilities, but doesn't even have its own sphere of influence. It handicaps itself in many ways, as you'll hear in upcoming lectures. And then we're also in a world where China and East Asia, and then if I had had time bringing the South Asia story into the picture too, which is crucially important, right? That's where the game is now. And India, the South Asia story, is not on the level of the China story, right? They don't have the ports, they don't have the navy. That's not right. Chinese have 200,000 merchant ships. 200,000 merchant ships right now, right? We don't understand that because we're preoccupied with some of these other things, which take up too much space in the strategic sense, not in the humanistic sense.
I just wanted to ask you about your contention that Russia has no sphere of influence. I agree that that in a lot of the post-Soviet countries there's a lot of a deep level, understandably deep level of suspicion about Russian intentions. But I live in the sort of romantic strip of land that you mentioned.
Yes.
And in Slovakia, which I know quite well, there is, for a country that was invaded by the Soviet Union only 40 years ago, 50 years ago almost, there's a surprising degree of sympathy for Russian aims.
Yes.
And that includes among the political elite, in fact, especially among the political elite. The same is true in Hungary for different reasons. And you'll have seen, as I did, pictures of Marine Le Pen, who's possibly going to become the French president in a few weeks, meeting Mr. Putin and apparently in hock to him financially. You'll have seen Mr. Farage in Britain saying very nice things about him, and you'll have seen Mr. Trump unable, it seems, to utter a single word of criticism of Russia. So while I agree with you that the resources that you mentioned aren't as effective by Russia, they certainly seem to have, the Russian government at least, has seemed to have specialized in this asymmetric effect by which they can influence key people in countries that should be far more powerful.
Yes. Your name, once again?
James Thompson.
Right, James. So, James, you just made my argument again. You just restated my argument. So when I said Russia has no sphere of influence, I said in the post-Soviet space, right? In the Soviet, you'll forgive me for this expression, trashcanistans, which is not an ethnic term, but is a political mafia term. In the trashcanistans, and I would include Russia and Ukraine in that category, just to show you it's not an ethnic one, you would call them rubbish rather than trash can, right? The rubbish can, but it doesn't quite have the same quality in the higher level British language as it does in the vernacular colonial language of the US. But yeah, so Russia doesn't really have the sphere of influence it's pining for in the post-Soviet space because it doesn't really have soft power and because those countries are suspicious of Russia and Belarus, like Kazakhstan, knows that Russia could annex it, right? Lukashenko has a stroke or a heart attack, or he dies peacefully in his sleep from old age, potentially, right? And then what happens to that territory, right? So yes, that's where I meant that Russia we're exaggerating Russia's level of influence. They have a level of influence, but a lot of it is negative. The problem is that they have influence way beyond that sphere. They have an influence in our sphere. That's our sphere of influence. That's us, right? Or that's what we used to think as us. That's territory we used to defend and try to integrate into who we are and uphold democracy and uphold open, competitive economies, right? And we've stopped successfully competing with the Russians in those areas. They're beating us with fewer resources, right? Significantly fewer resources. It's astonishing how fewer their resources are. And yet their influence is rising in all those places and ours is declining. We're not doing something right, are we? We have a problem. We're falling down on our own sphere of influence. It's evaporating right in front of our eyes. We didn't do something that we should have done. We forgot to provide opportunity for lower class and middle class people, didn't we? We forgot that institutions which are too technocratic and not democratic enough aren't that popular over time. We forgot about that, didn't we? We have a democratic deficit, we have an opportunity deficit, and we have some other issues going on. And the Russians, they have a toolkit, right? I'll give you one close to home. I just want to check the time because, I bloviate so much I could take up the whole rest of the time with one answer. Things go off in my little head. I just made a connection. It's like the synapses worked. So let's take Sudetenland. Let's take the Sudetenland in Czechoslovakia, right, 35, 36, 37, 38. So what the Germans do, right? Germany was then ruled by Nazis, and they had a forward policy of intervention in that country, and they used dirty tricks. You're not going to believe this, but they planted fake news stories. They put up candidates to discredit certain parties, like they paid people to be bad and discredit certain parties. They lied, they concealed that they were working behind the scenes and that the intelligence services of Nazi Germany were supporting, for example, the Sudeten parties, right? They didn't tell the truth about that. The Czechs, the Czechoslovaks, in fact, František Moravec, who was the head of military intelligence and had an unbelievable career. He ended up in London, and you probably know this story. He knew this because he had some agents on the German side who were leaking important intelligence. They had a very high-level agent, A-54, who was in German intelligence and was giving them these files about what they were up to. And so he could prove that the Nazi German denials of intervention, the denials of the dirty tricks were lies. And he had documentation to prove that they were lies. But you see, he lived in a democratic country. He lived in Czechoslovakia. And that was a parliamentary republic. And so he couldn't just, for example, shoot people. You know, they're walking down the street, let's assassinate them because they're our enemy and they're doing these dirty tricks and I have documents on them. He couldn't do that. The Germans could do that. They could assassinate somebody and then they could deny that they did it. But František Moravec couldn't do that. He couldn't even try them in a court of law. Even if he wanted to reveal that he had the spy and burn his spy by bringing the documents into a court, the laws weren't strong enough in Czechoslovakia. And to get the laws to be stronger for combating foreign subversion, you would have to get law through the parliament and parliamentary process, and of course the Nazis buying and selling those votes with their bribes and stuff, right? So here's a guy who knows what the enemy is doing and has documentation about it, but he can't fight them the same way. It's asymmetrical because the Nazis can do anything. There's no line they can't cross, all the way up to assassination. But Moravec, he's hamstrung because he's part of a democratic country. His system is democratic. And if you read the stuff he went through, he's constantly frustrated because he cannot resort to the tools that the Nazis are using because that makes him like the Nazis that he's fighting, and that's the whole reason he's fighting the Nazis, is not to be like the Nazis. And it's this paradox, right? So it's much harder, isn't it? It's much harder to fight against somebody who is doing a spoliation game where they can violate any existing democratic law or even norm or even morality, right? We could take this analogy much farther and talk about all the contemporary examples. We got people from Ukraine here. We had a big debate in our country, and many of people I respect demanded that we send offensive weapons to Ukraine. Ukraine was asking for the offensive weapons, and the U.S. Congress, certain members, very substantial, high-profile members in the Congress wanted to do this, and the Obama administration said no. The Obama administration didn't want anything to do with Ukraine. It wanted it to go away, right? But here's the problem. The U.S. provides offensive weapons to the courageous Ukrainians who are fighting the Russians. And the next day, the train station in Kiev blows up. It just blows sky high. And you say to yourself, the Russians must have done this. Nobody can use mass transit in Kiev. Mass transit is now completely paralyzed because people are afraid to get on anything because it might blow up. And the Russians, they say, we didn't do that. That wasn't us. You're always accusing us of underhanded, dirty tricks. Where's the proof? Show me the proof, right? Same thing with the Sudetenland with the Nazis. They kept saying, show us the proof that we're behind these. This is the sentiment of the population. This is what the people themselves are doing. This is not us. Show us the proof. And Moravec couldn't show the proof, right? So it's the same thing. So I'm not saying that it was the wrong idea to not arm the Eastern Ukrainians with offensive weapons, right? That's a policy debate. I'm not taking a position on that. I'm just suggesting that the Russians can then go to a level of escalation and a type of escalation. They can blow up the airport in Lviv. They can blow up, the university. They can bomb a hospital from the inside, covertly. They can do all this stuff, and then they can deny it. They can shut down the electric grid, right, and then deny it, right? Now, would they have done that? I have no idea if they would have done that. Maybe they wouldn't have done that. Maybe I have a jaundiced view of the Russians. Maybe I'm being unfair to them by thinking that they might resort to this type of behavior. All I'm saying is that, so the problem is such, right? The problem is such that the magnitude of the problem is very great. We'll see again, maybe. I don't know. You go. You go. So we need to understand that that's the problem, and we need to have the will to combat it, and we need friends and allies to be involved, and we need to create a situation where people look at us again and say, that's the way I want to be. That's what I want, right? When we talk about the sphere of influence in the Eastern Bloc in the second lecture, right? There was a reason that people wanted to be that way. And it's because there was something exemplary about it. But if, you're offering them maybe less than that, you're offering them a very unequal society, or you're offering them lack of social mobility, or you're offering them a democratic deficit, or you're offering them a currency union without a fiscal union, or, you could go on. Right? You could, once again, I'm not trying, this is a nonpartisan discussion. Right? I'm not a member of any political party, and I'm not taking any political positions here. I'm just talking about we either defend our values, we either go on the offensive, we either take them on, or we don't. And don't tell me it's hard. It is hard. I know it's hard. Because they can resort to things that we can't resort to and still be ourselves. Right? So that's the challenge. The challenge is, the Russians are in France. Who else is in France? What are the French doing themselves? And what are French allies doing? Right? Now, this is a collective, multi-generational, like the Cold War, mobilization on behalf of a way in life and values. Now, every time you do something, like you invade Iraq, right, without proper justification potentially, right? Every time you do something, you destroy some more of your credibility and authority. And like I said with the opening Gorbachev-Trump example, right, that's the world we're living in now. So it's sort of doubly, triply, quadruply, thousandfold incumbent upon us to defend those values, to call out what's happening, to say who we are and what we are. Right? Otherwise, what we're doing is participating in the self-unraveling of the West. Go ahead.
That's sort of the base of my question. Why is it that so few of the American elite seem to be alarmed or surprised about the fact that Trump, for instance, has this strange relationship with Russia? I mean, with the limited exception of people like John McCain and Lindsey Graham, very few have spoken out and said, isn't this a bit strange that this guy cannot bring himself to criticize our geopolitical adversary, whether you believe that they have a sphere of influence or not, but the people, a country that shares so little of our values?
That's a really long answer, potentially.
But is it surprising to you?
Part of the answer is that more people are upset than you think. Part of the answer is that you need alternatives. See, politics is not about ideal leader and then the leader we have. Politics is the leader we have and then the alternatives who are real people. Right? So Trump won 63 million votes and more than 90% of the registered Republicans who voted. So you can say to me, Clinton won more than 65 million, etc. Well, so Clinton won 4 million more than Trump in California and 2 million more than Trump in New York. So you subtract New York and California, and Trump won by 3 million votes. Trump beat 16 challengers in the Republican primary. Right? And I got to tell you, Trump has an electoral base. Moreover, that electoral base is part of a majority in the Congress, both in the House and in the Senate. And if Trump takes away that electoral base by exiting that party doesn't have a majority potentially anymore. So there is, on the one hand, more courageous behavior than you think. On the other hand, there is also a significant understanding. If you've ever been in electoral politics, you know what it means when someone commands an electorate potentially greater than yours, including within your own party. And of course, there's a certain amount of opportunism, because some of the things Trump is doing are clearly things that members of the Republican Party have long dreamed of. Deregulation, right? Appointment of a literalist conservative Supreme Court justice, potentially, right? Those are things that they truly and genuinely believe in. They're of high value to them. That's not instrumental necessarily. They believe those things. And then you have to think about the Democratic side, right? The leader of the House for the minority party, where's she from? San Francisco, California. The leader of the Senate from the minority party, where's he from? Manhattan, New York. The leading light of opposition to Trump, the senator, where's she from? Massachusetts. That's right. So that's your opposition. California, New York, and Massachusetts. You subtract that, as I was saying, and Trump won the country, didn't he? And so the alternative party is putting up not anything representative of the nation, where the people live, where Trump got his votes. Right? They're putting up other things. And so, in politics, you need viable alternatives. I feel that, Trump represents a significant part of the United States. There's no question. When I said that populism is not only pejorative, right? It's the same thing with the Brexit campaign. I'm on record saying that I applauded the referendum and that I accept the vote because it revealed the sentiments of large numbers of people whose voices and views were otherwise invisible and would still be invisible today. Now, you can say the campaign was mendacious. Yes, it was mendacious. I've seen a lot of political campaigns. I've seen very few that were honest. This one was also mendacious, right? And I saw a lot of people who had no voice get a voice because of that, quote, mistaken referendum. And Trump did the same thing with the American electorate. He revealed huge numbers of people, large constituencies that were buried by the political system because the political system had failed them. And they were right. They had nothing to expect, 100% failure to vote for anybody else. And with Trump, likely 100% failure too, but possibly not, possibly something. When you have nothing to risk, when your risk is zero, meaning it's 100% bad, right? It's 100% bad with everybody else, but it could be a little bit better than that, or maybe a lot better than that with Trump. And they're still with him to this day, even though there's no functioning administration in Washington, right? So there's a complexity to the Trump phenomenon that we haven't wrapped our arms around, and there's a failure of alternatives that was there before Trump was elected and is there now, right? And there are structural processes going on that predate Trump that he is accelerating but didn't create. And there is no, it's very early in the game. And even though there hasn't been a realignment of the system yet, as I opened with, Trump could possibly precipitate a realignment. His very incompetence and nihilism could potentially precipitate the realignment, right? So the Trump story, early, still unfolding, not one-sided, and scary. I think we go.
Actually, I probably have two questions, but maybe the one right now is, you got me thinking, but the people who are in Trump's camp, they have a lot to lose, actually. And what amazes me, they don't understand what they have to lose.
Tell me what they've got to lose. Go ahead.
Well,
Tell me
Medicare,
more.
for one thing, healthcare system, grants for communities,
Okay.
which are,
Okay, so let's start with the healthcare thing. So some of the healthcare, the 20 million people who have come onto healthcare are don't have a high deductible. but a very large number of them have a high deductible. What's a high deductible? A deductible is how much of the costs you pay before the insurance begins to pay for it. So if your deductible is $5,000, the first $5,000 of medical costs you pay yourself before insurance begins to work. So a very large number of people with health insurance under Obamacare have a deductible in the thousands. So they don't actually have any health insurance right now except for catastrophic insurance. If they end up in a hospital for a prolonged stay, they get over that $5,000 or $6,000 or $4,000 limit, and the insurance begins to pay a part of the cost, not all of the cost. So they can't afford to see a doctor right now with the insurance they have. They can't, because the deductible is so high. So you know what they have to lose? You tell me what they've got to lose, right? Now, the opening budget, where everything was cut except the military, right? It's never the case. These are notional budgets. The president introduces what's called a notional budget, which has no resemblance to the final budget that becomes law, because all of the horse trading and the various different congressmen and senators get into the act and alter the existing budget. And they live in those communities. So everything that gets cut in the notional budget can potentially be restored and, in fact, increased during the budgetary process. So it's too early to say that those people are going to lose those programs. Now, if they did lose those programs, it would be significant. But we have to wait and see what the sausage making of the budgetary process looks like before they lose anything. And right now, the health care that they have is not that real. It's only real in the liberal press. Right? For the liberal press, Obamacare is extremely real. But for the everyday people in rural communities, they don't even have any doctors to go to. Right? The doctor population has been depopulated. And it's really far to get anywhere near a doctor if you can afford the day off from work and then you're paying out of pocket. You can't send your kids to a doctor on that health insurance unless, they develop cancer, unfortunately, and have a prolonged stay, and then the deductible is reached and the health care kicks in. Not every policy is like that. There are some policies in Obamacare that are much better than that, right? But it's a picture that you got to be careful in characterizing it. I could say a lot more about this question, right? The problem is that we imagine what these people's lives are like. We imagine that they were fooled by Trump. We imagine that they have all these things to lose. Right? I didn't come here to talk about Trump, and I don't want to defend Trump. Right? I believe integrity has got to be the highest value of any person, and we don't have any integrity there. Right? So this is not a defense of him. This is a discussion of what it looks like to some of and many of the 63 million people who are out there. Right? It's very different looking to them. And the idea that someone came along and spoke to them, someone came along and said, the whole system in Washington is corrupt. The only counties that have gotten richer than Silicon Valley in the last 2 decades are the ones around Washington, D.C. That's a true statement. And he said that. And nobody else was saying it because they all embodied it. So the Trump phenomenon, there's a complexity there that we have to keep in mind, the complexity. You have to be a little bit less partisan. That doesn't mean we be less alarmed. I think you understand my level of alarm, right? And I know many people who voted for Trump. Many people, yeah. Let me tell you a story. Once again, one question triggers...
Especially a Trump question.
Oh my God, which I swore I wouldn't talk about Trump, and now look what happened. How stupid am I? Maybe I didn't even take my passport to the airport and couldn't get on the plane. That's how stupid I was, right? So there was this famous film critic for the New Yorker magazine named Pauline Kael. And she was beloved by the gigantic subscription class that subscribed to the New Yorker. Beloved. And Pauline Kael, when Richard Nixon was elected president, you know what she said? She said, "That's impossible. I don't know a single person who voted for Nixon. He could have never won. And that's where we are. That's where we are. Got to talk to those people too. Those are our people too. You know, they're British citizens, they're American citizens, they live in America. And we forgot about them. We didn't have anything on offer for them. The system was not treating them properly. And their voice was heard. Now, the solution is maybe going to be worse than the problem. Right? That's what you were getting at with your question. But the problem was there, and the voice to the problem was given. And now it's kind of incumbent on us to provide an answer. And you see what the answers are, right? Or the non-answers are right now in my answer to the previous question. We put a fork in this? Is this meat done? Or we have one more?
I'll make it short.
There's time for the question, but not for the answer.
Okay. Well, I listened carefully to what you were saying. I agreed with most of what you said. I was intrigued by some of it. I was amused by some of it. But one thing made me ponder and shudder a little bit. And that was in the beginning, when you described all of the progress that humanity has made. And you made that whole convincing list. And yet you said, today we are more unhappy than we've ever been. What makes you say that? Do you think that the Chinese are unhappy? Do you think that the Russians on the whole, on the average, are unhappy?
Yes, that's an excellent question. And the answer to that is a differentiated answer, right? There are many, you know, Louis C.K., when he said everything is amazing and nobody is happy, right? I think he may have been a little extreme in that statement. There are many people who are happy, right? For example, faculty at Princeton University, not happy. All they do is complain. Oh, I have to teach 3 hours this week. How am I going to find 3 hours in my week to teach some of these students, right? They're unhappy. I have to tell you.
That's a minority, huh?
Correct.
They're not the world.
Correct. And they're the better off people.
Yeah.
They're very well off people.
Yeah.
And yet they don't seem to be too happy about
I
it.
would say to hell with better off people. Huh?
Yeah, I don't begrudge people success. I'm okay with other people's success. You know, I don't want to burn down their house just because it's bigger than mine. And it is. But, you know, your point is, where does happiness come from, right? And we have a lot of research on happiness, which is about being part of a community, giving something back, right? Having a good marriage and children, or a legacy, if it's not children, to hand on to the future. There are a lot of dimensions to happiness, right? Happiness is not solely or exclusively, for example, your bank account or whatever it might be. So that's too big a question for me to answer. But your question was about happiness in the places that are succeeding, right? For example, in China, or in India, or in Russia, which is not succeeding. Right? We'll get to that in the next lecture. And there you also have a differentiated picture, right? Part of the problem with authoritarian regimes, right, is measuring happiness or popularity under an authoritarian regime. I'll close with this, right? So let's imagine that I'm the father in a family, and I say to my children, are you happy with this regime? Are you happy with me as a father? Am I a good father? Now, if they say no, forget about the Wi-Fi password. They're never going to get the Wi-Fi password from me. And it's not like they have another father to compare it to, and it's not like if they say no, they can get a better father. So with these authoritarian regimes, you know, Putin is popular, Xi Jinping is popular, but they're only popular in the absence of alternatives. What you discover in an authoritarian regime is when an alternative is introduced, they might still be popular, or they might not, right? I might still be the greatest father in my kids', you know, understanding, or if somebody else came in who was an alternative and was better, it may be that stock went down. So to understand the opinion, the mood, the sentiment in the authoritarian regimes is more difficult than in the open societies, right?
I'm sorry, that doesn't satisfy me because you were comparing it to the past. Well, in the past, although we probably didn't call it authoritarian regimes, but if you were to go and ask people, well, are you happy with the king? Are you happy with the emperor? They wouldn't have been able to give an honest answer either. So I was more wondering why you think the situation now is worse than it had been in the past.
Yeah. So, I'm not sure that there's a general level of unhappiness in China. If that's the answer you need for us to conclude the session, I can offer you that answer. I can offer you that answer, and I can do it in a clear conscience, because I believe that. But I'm not sure what the sentiment in Chinese society really is. That's another part of the answer. But I don't believe, if I gave the false impression, that there is a clear general level of unhappiness in that society. There is a whole lot of protest, which the regime officially records, right? Protest, however, can be about expectations as much as about unhappiness, right? So that's a complicated question. But if we see you again, I'm going to risk to say that this may be my last chance to persuade you of anything. But if we see you again, I'll try to do better with more time on that answer. Thank you. Thank you once again for the honor of the invitation to come to the Institute and give these lectures. I commend all of you for being here, given that this is, after all, the second lecture, and the weather shows that we are in an intellectual winter, which will be part of the theme of the lecture. So the weather is entirely appropriate. So Boris Yeltsin was at a press conference, and a journalist raised his hand, called on him, and asked him, Boris Nikolaevich, can you sum up the situation in Russia in one word? He said, good, хорошо. The journalist asked for a follow-up question. He said, Boris Nikolaevich, can you sum up the situation in Russia in two words? Not good. Нехорошо. As you can see, I left a lot of time for questions again. That's it. I failed to capture all the people who fled the country prior to the first lecture. As you can see, Krastev is still at large. But in case we need to take hostages, I brought the duct tape. So I'll just warn you. Now, what is the difference between communism and fascism? It's pretty simple. Communism is over. That's the difference. That will be what I'll try to prove in the lecture today. We have from the right a story of totalitarianism, where communism and fascism are essentially equivalents. We have from the left a story of communism as anti-fascism. But instead of these mythologies, there is a different story. There's a story of illiberalism, self-enrichment, and discovery. And that's the story I'm going to lay out for you. I'll do it in 4 parts. Part 1 will be about certain mythologies that we hold. Part 2, I'll tell an alternative story. Part 3, I'll talk about China. And part 4, I'll get back to the theme of illiberalism and communism being over, but fascism not being over. So here we have 1989. It is the core mythology of those who lived through those events and of many institutes, including this one, and of almost the entire intellectual class. It's a wonderful story. Dissidence, resistance, overthrow, revolution, and of course, Velvet Revolution. And we had all those debates, and you remember them, because maybe you participated in them, about how velvety it all was. Which was more velvet? Which was more heroic? Which strategy was the most brilliant? There were awards. There was no small degree of self-congratulation. And where are we now? Where are we now? If all of that was so important, so causal, so salient, why doesn't it show its importance now? Why isn't it salient now? Why aren't dissidents so powerful now? Why isn't resistance so powerful now? Why can't we overthrow things with intellectuals now? The answer is because all of that is a myth to a very significant extent. You remember Tiananmen Square in China, also in 1989. And there were 1 million people in Tiananmen Square, not to mention all the other cities. And here we are, today. We are 27 and a half years later, and that regime is still there. Were the Chinese protesters less courageous? Were Chinese dissidents less courageous? I don't think so. I think they were equally as courageous as the dissidents here in Eastern Europe. Absolutely. I think their protests were equally sincere. I think their intentions were equally sincere. But they could not overthrow that regime. And so that's what we have to come to grips with. We have to come to grips with where we are today in Europe, and we have to come to grips with a story, with a history that encompasses not just Poland or Hungary or Czechoslovakia, but also encompasses East Asia. Because if the story doesn't work for East Asia, then maybe it doesn't work at all. The Czechoslovaks came out into the streets in November 1989. And what? This is a revolution. November 1989, they hit the streets. And somehow it was a revolution. The Hungarian communists had to help form the other side of the round table. Do you think if the Polish communist government in 1988 had not had unpayable debts in foreign currency, they would have organized that round table and invited solidarity to that process? I don't think so. I think there are larger structural factors. And yes, geopolitics. Here we have the Soviet collapse and the East European Revolution. How could it be that we have two different stories so diametrically opposite? One is a collapse and the other is a revolution. And the answer is because there are stories that are dear to our hearts. Some of us participated in them directly. But these stories don't work as explanation. What happened was the elites surrendered. They lost their will. They gave it up. The geopolitics didn't work anymore. And Eastern Europe embarked on a long, slow march from periphery to periphery. And that's where we are. There is a big challenge here, an intellectual challenge beyond just 1989. You read the history, And you're thinking, how could it be? In 1989, the people brought down communism themselves with their bare hands. Their agency was nearly 100%. But then in the 1940s, they were not agents, they were victims. They didn't have any agency. They were invaded. The Nazis on the one side, the Soviet communists on the other. They lived in the bloodlands between those who had agency. How could it be that a people has little to no agency in the 1940s and all of a sudden total agency in the 1980s? This is a trick. It's a trick, it's a political trick that is being perpetrated upon us all. It didn't happen that way, as you know. There was plenty of agency in the 1940s. Anyone who's familiar with the work of my colleague Jan Gross can tell you all about it. And the agency in the 1980s needs to be put in the context of the structural factors and the geopolitics. Yes, there is a great story. It's a wonderful story, like I said, and these are the best people. Who doesn't think that Adam Michnik is an incredible person? Breathtaking. He might be the most amazing person I've ever met. The courage, the long history of courage, the savvy, the praxis. He taught in my class with Jan Gross at Princeton University, and I got a chance to see it firsthand. There can be no doubt what kind of person Adam Michnik and others alongside him are. But that's not an explanation. Okay, so what might be the explanation? Where should we go to deliver a context, to deliver the structural factors, to put the agency in some type of story that makes sense, both for Europe and for Asia? You'll remember from the first lecture that I made several points. First, the West won the Cold War because it was a sphere of influence. It was an active, proactive sphere of influence that wanted to and forced itself into the face of the Second World or communism every day. That was the strategy, and that's how the Cold War was won. Second, I argued that the West was not ready for its success. The success was astronomical, beyond anyone's wildest dreams. And now, somehow, we're in a position of losing the post-Cold War, when winning the Cold War was immensely harder. Third, I argued that the dreaded return of geopolitics, the desire to escape from geopolitics, is a mistake. The right sees a benign global U.S. hegemony, pure and above geopolitics. And the left sees a pooled sovereignty, multinational organizations, the supposed counterpoint to nasty geopolitics. But in fact, as I argued, without leadership, there is no international system. The international system is only what the most powerful country will or won't do. We have a history rich with the absence of an international system. And we could be on the verge of revisiting that history. Geopolitics is the foundation. It's the driver. It's the foundation and driver for a lot of misery, and it's also the foundation and driver for the amazing story that's Europe today and the quality of life that we all cherish. Okay, now in the third lecture, I'll take you up, deal with the present day phenomenon. The third lecture is entitled The Chip on the Shoulder. As you know, it's an idiom in English indicating resentment. You feel grievances, you feel wronged, you carry what's called a chip, an invisible chip on your shoulder, and these grievances smolder. And I'll talk about those grievances, that chip on the shoulder, in terms of the international system. We talk about populism within individual countries, but I'm going to talk about it as part of the international system or the undoing of the international system. Today, in the second lecture, we're going to take a quick excursion back into recent history, setting up this chip on the shoulder. Third lecture. Okay, so we're still in part 2, the alternative story. I just need a time check here because I'm not good with stopping on time. I think I'm going to actually go all the way and remove the jacket, if that's okay. Thank you. Now that we're intimate, this being the second lecture, I think we'll give it a shot, the informality. So, 55 million people died in World War II. 55 million. The number from World War I was maybe a third of that, less than a third, and it was horrific. 55 million is an absolutely impossible thing to understand. We have things like Syria today, absolutely horrific. But of course, in the context of World War II, I could talk about how many people died in specific battles, greater. Just one battle, greater than the number who died in Syria today. Ironically, it was the winners who lost the most people. China lost between 10 and 13 million. They were on the winning side. And the Soviets, as you know, the estimates are about 27 million. So together, between China and the Soviet Union, you have almost 40 million of the 55 million. But we don't need to revisit the details of that story. You know them. I just want to point out that that's the world we live in today. We live in the post-World War II order. It's the world that's still with us. Let me try to prove that. There was a colossal geopolitical shift in the 1940s. This colossal geopolitical shift in the 1940s was unforeseen. What we call capitalism went from fascist militarism. It went from depression and unemployment. It went from colonies around the world, imperialism, rapacious colonialism. It went from all of that to constitutional orders where there had been fascism. Booming market economies where the middle class acquired housing. The working class acquired housing. My father worked in an embroidery factory, and he bought a house in the post-World War II period. There was freedom. There was economic dynamism, middle class boom. There was decolonization. The whole world shifted. And above all, there was an American government and an American society, populace, committed to the post-World War II order. Now, you may think that I have nostalgia, that I'm now, as it were, putting on what they call the rose-colored glasses to look at this. But the shift was phenomenal. In the 1950s, Germany, West Germany, grew at more than 10% a year, GDP, for years on end. Japan had a phenomenal boom. There was no repeat of the Great Depression, even though that's what everyone predicted. Stalin thought it would happen again. Truman thought it would happen again. Instead, there was this middle-class boom. This middle-class economic boom produced the people in this room, including myself. There was freedom, real freedom, the kind of freedom that was underwritten by constitutional order, rule of law. Independent judiciaries, competent and impartial civil service, functioning parliaments. And the decolonization process wasn't pretty. It was reluctant, but it happened. It happened. In many ways, It could have been better and should have been better, but it happened. I could go on with the details of this shift. I could talk to you about what happened in Japan, coming back from the ashes to become the second largest economy in the world. Can you believe that? That's just astonishing. The West German story we know well. Some of us lived it. Some of us observed it. But the Japanese story is equally breathtaking. And you can say that U.S. leadership in the international system was not always benign, and I would be the first to agree. But there's a big difference between leadership that you can criticize because of its mistakes and self-interest and the absence of leadership. Leadership is something that other countries don't like to do. They pass the buck because it's very costly, leadership of the international system. Very costly. The British have a geostrategy, a grand strategy of lowest cost possible. Get others to fight your wars. Yeah, they're calling now on the phone. The U.S. was different. We can all go through the reasons why. I'm just saying there was a shift. But one place in the world didn't shift. One place in the world did not shift at all. It was destroyed in the war. It lost about a third of its wealth. And it rebuilt itself in the interwar style. The Soviet Union reconstituted itself, which is another amazing story, in the Stalinist fashion, with heavy industry. You know, when Stalin died and Khrushchev took over, there were 1.5 socks per person in the Soviet economy. 1.5 socks. Like you, I have 2 feet and I need 2 socks. So 1.5 per capita wasn't going to work, especially if anybody had 3 or 4 socks. There were women with no husbands who wanted to have children anyway. It's a story that's heart-rending, but it's a story of reconstitution of the Soviet system. The world decolonizes, the Soviet Union acquires the satellite states. Its outer empire, as Orwell called it. Fascism is defeated, the stormtroopers are defeated. Communism keeps its KGB, its coercive mechanisms. The world moves to dynamic market economies. Communism rebets, doubles down on the planned economy. And I could go on. But this gigantic geopolitical shift, one country didn't shift because it felt it won the war, which was true. And that's why they have the UN veto, because they earned it in the Security Council. They won that war. But there's a tragic dimension to winning the war, because it ratified the system. It ratified Stalin's rule. And when the rest of the world went in what we call the West, the direction of the West, communism didn't. And now communism is in a geopolitical competition with this West. And it's not really a fair competition. Let's think about this for a second. You know, sometimes when you play football and it's a group of people you may not know, or you know only a little bit, and the teams are not formed yet, and you pick 2 captains, and then the captains each get to choose their squad from the players. And so the United States says, okay, let's start. I'll take Japan. Soviet Union says, all right, I'll take Romania. And then the United States says, okay, I'll take Britain. Soviet Union says, okay, I'll take Bulgaria. And then the United States says, all right, I'll take France. Soviet Union says, okay, that's good, I get Hungary. And then it goes all the way, West Germany, East Germany. And these are the 2 sides. Now you tell me, thinking about that, even prospectively rather than retrospectively, what type of competition that's going to be. Not much of a competition if the side that's the West understands what it is, has willpower, understands it's a sphere of influence, and pushes itself in the face of what was called the Second World, or communism. And that's exactly what happened. Communism was crushed in a daily life competition. It was absolutely crushed. You know David Riesman? Some of you will be familiar with Lonely Crowd, David Riesman. In 1951, he wrote a satire called, quote, The Nylon War. Nylons are stockings that women wear. And he said that the Americans were going to bomb the Soviet Union, not with explosives, but with consumer goods in Operation Abundance. They were going to drop nylon hose and radios and wristwatches and toasters and sewing machines and refrigerators and jeeps. And the Russian people, the Soviet people, he wrote, were going to see all of this and they were going to capitulate. It was a satire. 1951. Well, guess what? That's what happened. Only we didn't drop it. We just built it up and we showed it to them. And they could see it. They could see it in the proverbial vitrine. They could see it in the shop window. They couldn't have it, but they could see it. And on it went. Chemical perms from beauty parlors, children's clothes and children's toys. You could go on and you could go on. Bananas, oranges. It was a daily life competition. And it seeped on purpose behind that Iron Curtain into the second world because we pushed it in their face and because they were susceptible. The Western sphere of influence invaded the Soviet bloc, invaded it with consumer goods, invaded it with freedom, invaded it with who we are. Sometimes we lost our way, we lost our will. Sometimes we forgot who we were. And there were moments, as I was talking about in the first lecture, the 1970s, the Vietnam War, the oil shock, Nixon and Watergate, right? Where many people thought the Soviets were the dynamic side and that the West was collapsing. Consider for a second East Germany. Consider East Germany. And of course they had, as it was called, imperialist hate on their televisions every night, as those of you who grew up in East Germany will know. They could watch the West German television, imperialist hate, as they called it. Let's think about them. The East German elite, they wore Western suits. They wore Western shoes. They had Western toys for their children. They had Western perfume for their wives and mistresses. All of it produced by wage slavery in the capitalist world. The political mafia all over the globe drives a Mercedes. The East Germans could not quite bring themselves, so they imported Volvos. And the compound where the elites lived was called what? It was called Volvograd, because that was their car of choice. Their entire life, their entire existence, the East German nomenclatura was completely suffused by Western products, by Western luxury goods, by not even luxury goods, by simple goods. And this was a symbol of their status. That's how they differentiated themselves. Now you ask yourself, how could it be that that side could allow such complete and total suffusion of the Western sphere of influence so that it marked their status behind the Iron Curtain? That's right. It was a really big problem. You see, because what was that world? That world was the antidote to capitalism. You see, there was no reason for East Germany, because there was already West Germany, unless East Germany was superior to West Germany. The whole point of the Eastern Bloc was that it would be superior to capitalism. It would be more abundant, more free, more whatever you wanted to measure on. Otherwise, it had no reason to exist. The problem was it wasn't superior. It measured itself based on the Western sphere of influence. I mean, we couldn't have rigged the game any better. The Western side. Communism was susceptible to the Western sphere of influence, and the West was more or less resolute. And when we had riots in the streets, it looked like weakness. But no, it was our society being more open and having corrective mechanisms. And when we had people on TV called useful idiots talking about how the Eastern Bloc was better, and it was on our TV and then it went to theirs, and they said, look, it's from Western TV. It looked like our weakness. But of course, obviously, it was our strength, because we were not afraid of alternative points of view and self-criticism. Because we are a free society. There's power in freedom, if you know, if you understand that. This is all so very banal. And yet somehow we forgot about this, with stories of dissidents and roundtables. The KGB absolutely crushed the dissident movement. That's what the KGB documents show from the 1980s, and that's what the dissidents' own stories from the 1980s show. Crushed solidarity, drove it underground. You can say, well, still they were powerful underground. They were underground, and thousands were in jail. I got to tell you, communism was good at repression. That was one of the things it was good at. It wasn't good at the real game. The game wasn't tanks coming up over the ridge in the Kursk salient. The game was nylons. And they had no answer for that. They had the answer for the German tanks. The Soviet tanks were superior to the German tanks. Guderian wrote back in 1943. Guderian, who invented the Blitzkrieg with his insubordination in France when he raced for the Channel after the crazy crossing through the Ardennes forest of all those tanks. And he raced to the Channel against orders. And he cut the French off in the biggest encirclement imaginable. And this was Blitzkrieg because you eliminated the ability of the other side to fight. And it hadn't been in the plan. It happened because of his daring and his insubordination. He went against orders. Yeah, the Blitzkrieg didn't work because the Soviet tanks, not only did the Soviets have space, not only did they have many other factors, but they were good at tanks. They were good at all the military stuff. If the Cold War was about a military competition, the Soviets were good at that. They reached parity. And a lot of their weapons didn't jam. Didn't jam in the jungles, didn't jam in the deserts. They were superior in difficult environments. Yeah. But the daily life competition, no answer. You remember Tootsie with Dustin Hoffman? Soviet audience, East Bloc audience remembers it too. Why? Because Dustin Hoffman, dressed up in the crazy outfit, remember? Dustin Hoffman is in an apartment and he walks from one room to another room. And then he goes into another room. And then another room. And then another room. And the camera's following in another room. And the Soviet audience, the East Bloc, they're trying to count the rooms. Could somebody live like that? Is that what the West is like? And then he goes out on the street, and he's just walking down the street, and he passes a grocery shop. And you know what it shows? It shows gigantic piles of citrus, fruits, and vegetables right there. And he just walks by as if he doesn't even need it. He doesn't have an avos. He doesn't have a little sack to stuff the sack the way they did in the East Bloc. Because it's just life. Could they live like that in the West? It was hard to say because they weren't allowed to travel for the most part. Only the communists were allowed to travel. Gorbachev drove. In the 60s, he drove. He was allowed to drive to Italy and France with his wife in a beat-up Soviet car. And he saw the abundance, and he saw the freedom. He saw the civic activism. He saw the West. And then he saw the Prague Spring after the tanks had destroyed it. Yeah. It was a sphere of influence, and they were susceptible. Now, you're going to say to me, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, A, you're going on too long. B, all of this is obvious. C, where is it going? Where is this crazy lecture about fascism and communism going? And the answer is they lost, but so what? So what? They lost. So what? They were not collapsing. The dissidents were in prison or psychiatric hospitals. Remember Amnesty International? I remember. I was, for a while, the chapter head at Berkeley for Amnesty International. University of California, Berkeley. Yeah, they lost, but so what? Just because you lose doesn't mean you have to capitulate. But they did capitulate. They capitulated not on purpose. They capitulated because they wanted to revive themselves. They wanted to compete better. They wanted to do better in that geopolitical competition. So they embarked on reform. Socialist reform, socialism with a human face, communist reform, all of those words you know well. And of course, reform under communism is auto-liquidation. We saw it in 56. We saw it in 68. You give a little bit of freedom, they want all the freedom. You give a little bit of market, they want all the market. You say, okay, you can form political groups. They want to form parties. They want to break the communist monopoly. There is no equilibrium of reformed communism. There is no place where you go and you get from Stalinist communism to stable socialism with a human face. It's auto-liquidation. Not because only inherently within communism that possibility isn't there. It's because they're in a geopolitical context. They live in the Western world. They live under Western oil prices. They live under everything Western. Western financial system. And I could go on. And so Gorbachev attempts the revival. It's not an attempt to do the market, to do capitalism and a multi-party system. Not at all. It's an attempt, as you know, to revive the socialist system. The one party, but more dynamic. The controlled society, but with more dynamism. The controlled economy, but with more dynamism. Even Gaidar had no idea what a market economy was, let alone Gorbachev. If you read Gaidar forward, rather than backward, it's about Hungarian goulash communism. That's what his papers are about Yugoslav self-management, and about all sorts of stuff, except for the market and freedom. That's not what it's about. Gaidar. It was Gorbachev who introduced competitive elections. There was no imperative to do so. He introduced competitive elections. He forced it through the Politburo. He forced it on his own system. It was Gorbachev who dismantled the Communist Party machine from the inside, already in 1988. Why? Because he feared that there would be a revanche against him, like Khrushchev, that they would use the Communist Party machine, the conservatives, the anti-reformists, and they would take him down and end reform. That was his fear. So he sabotaged them. He took their mechanisms away. But you see, the Communist Party was the key to the Soviet system not being a federation in practice. The Soviet state was a federation, a voluntary federation with the right to secede according to the Constitution. There was an Estonia. There was a Ukraine. They had state borders. They had state institutions. They had federal powers. But all of that was negated by the centralism of the Communist Party, because the party wasn't federal, it was a pyramid. And the Communist Party of Ukraine had the same power as a village or provincial communist party in Russia. But once you eliminate the Communist Party's control mechanisms, you establish the actual state federation. And the Lithuanian parliament begins to pass laws that contradict the Soviet constitution. And there's no Communist Party machine to stop it. It has been deliberately sabotaged by Gorbachev. To understand why the Soviet Union fell, you have to have understood that the federation was real. That they were real states inside the federation. And only the communist machine negated the federation in practice. And once you remove the communist machine, you've got your federation. And he did that. He did that. Then, of course, there was the opportunism, the tremendous opportunism. Once the system gets unhinged, there's desertion of the system for two reasons. First, you can stay in power. The Soviet Union is imploding, but hey, there's Ukraine. I wasn't really much of a Ukrainian nationalist. I ran the military-industrial complex in the Ukraine for the Soviet Union. But the Soviet Union is unhinged and collapsing. All of a sudden, I'm a Ukrainian patriot. And I can stay in power because I can become the head of Ukraine, or the head of Kazakhstan, or the head of whatever it might be. Moreover, all this property that belongs to the state, who's the state? Who is the state? I hereby give myself this factory. Signed, myself. God, that was easy. We have a ridiculous notion that Anatoly Chubais privatized the former Soviet Union. They privatized it themselves. He tried to legalize a process that was deeply underway. You see, because communism is dead. You can't have as much property and self-enrichment under communism. You know, they limited the size of your dacha. And if you exceeded the size of your dacha, they came and they forced you to dismantle it, or they dismantled it yourself. You exceeded it by 10 square meters, and they showed up with tools, and they knocked that part down, and they gave you a party reprimand. And if you paid a bribe to get around these rules, that was a bribe you had to pay to get around the rules. But you see, if you take away communism, there are no limits. You can just have it all. Forget about that pathetic Volgograd, or Volvograd in East Germany. How about not just driving a Volvo? How about owning the streets and the airport, and you name it? I hereby give the airport to myself. Signed, myself. How about that? That process meant who's going to go to the wall to defend the system? Who in their right mind is going to try to save the system? You'll remember from 1984, actually, from Animal Farm, from Orwell's Animal Farm. You'll remember at the end of the farm, at the end of the novella, the pigs are the communists. The pigs return the farm to Manor Farm. All that Animal Farm nonsense is over. Who had this crazy idea? So, you know, communism was real. There was something to it. There was a leveling aspect. There was a working class aspect. There were a lot of things about communism that were significant. But it's gone now. Because you can have your cake and eat it too. You can have your property. It's not that hard to run an illiberal, market-oriented kleptocracy. And so communism is dead. But fascism is not. And the mechanism was the Western sphere of influence, the geopolitics, and Gorbachev's ill-fated, well-intentioned, thank God he did it, attempt to reform the system. Now, there are many other things I could talk about. Talk about the wall, talk about Poland and solidarity, could talk in detail. I'm in print on all of these issues. I'd be happy to talk about them. I could talk about the myth of the Soviet failure to copy China. The Soviets started with agriculture. There was massive agricultural reform before Gorbachev was general secretary, when he was the Central Committee secretary responsible for agriculture, already in the early 80s. It failed. I could talk about how the USSR was not crushed by the military-industrial complex. No. Guess who produced the consumer goods in the Soviet Union? Who produced their refrigerators? The military-industrial complex did. We have the Secretariat of the military-industrial complex. The files of the Secretariat of the military-industrial complex of the Soviet Union in the post-World War II period at the Hoover Institution at Stanford. The internal assessments of Star Wars. We have those documents. Those are like Cold War trophies. And you can read and see that the military-industrial complex was the linchpin of the consumer economy. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about that because I don't have time. I want to go to 3, a little bit about China, and then I want to conclude. I think we're about 10 minutes left. We have a story about China, and the story about the Soviet Union, as I said, doesn't work. Eastern Europe's story doesn't work unless the China story is in there. And we have this China story, which is Deng Xiaoping, communist reform. Right? You know it well. The problem with that story is it's, once again, a mythology. You see, because this is how it happened. The crazy Maoist Cultural Revolution destroyed the economic planning mechanisms. Remember those economic planners? Remember anybody who wore glasses? They got deported to the countryside, if not beaten up. Right? That was the Cultural Revolution. It was a violent, semi-lunatic episode. We could go into all the reasons Mao launched it. We could go into the ramifications of how it unfolded in various different locales, the variation. But it was a self-destruction of planned economy capacity. And then what happened? The peasants did not want to starve again. There had been gigantic, horrendous famines already. And so the peasants began to recreate market relations among themselves without the authority to do so. They decollectivized and they entered into market or barter relations that were outside the planning mechanism. And several 100 million people in the coastal areas, remember it's a monsoon civilization, so the wealth is in the south, not the north. The capital is in the north only because of the Mongol episode. Nobody would build a capital in that dust bowl today. Right? The wealth is down in the south, the monsoon civilization, the southern part, the coastal areas. Those peasants recreated the market. Yes, they did, in order not to starve. And the communists didn't want this to happen. There was a fight at the top, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82. You can trade on Tuesdays, but no other days. You can trade onions, but you can't trade rice. Each grudging decree after decree. Because they were communists. They didn't like markets. The thing that Deng Xiaoping did, which was very important, was not reform in that sense. As I say, the society did that, the peasants did that. The entrepreneurialism, yes, from below did that. It's very well documented. You read Yang from 96, you read K. Zhou from 96. They have case studies of the localities where this happened. It can't penetrate the textbooks because, of course, mythologies are much stronger than facts. But where Deng did make a colossal impact was in the geopolitics, because what did he do? He switched partners. He went to the United States. He was 4 foot something tall, and he put on a cowboy hat that was almost as tall as he was at a rodeo. And he decided that China would de facto partner with, yes, guess what? The United States, with the West. Why would he do that? Let's think about the sphere of influence argument once more. So here I'm China, and I'm next to this place which is called Japan. And this place called Japan is destroyed in the war. And it rises from the ashes to become the second largest economy in the world. And I'm watching that because it's this far away. It's kind of like West Germany and East Germany. And then I'm watching Japan lift South Korea up in similar fashion with investment, technology transfer, manufacturing. And I'm watching this and I'm saying, you know what? This Western sphere of influence in the East is really powerful. Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore. Yeah. I'm watching this happen. It's on my doorstep. And what are they doing? They are selling to the United States domestic market. That's what they're doing. The reason why East Europe didn't work was because East Asia did. You see, the Poles couldn't pay their debt. The Romanians couldn't pay. Because they couldn't earn any foreign currency, they had nothing to sell to Western markets. But the East Asians could manufacture things that the biggest consumer engine in world history, the United States domestic market, wanted and paid for. And that was the answer. That was how you got wealthy. You got into the US market and you were able to compete and sell things that Americans would want to buy. It was not a given. You can give anybody market access. They won't succeed. They'd be crushed by the competition. But mainland China was up to the task. It was able to do it, like Japan. And so you say to yourself, that sphere of influence change, Deng Xiaoping. The Soviet model, forget it. The US is our de facto partner. And the US was willing to do this because of what? Because of geopolitics, because of the Soviet-US competition. Because in the triangle, we could pull China to, quote, our side. I'm telling you, geopolitics is the driver and the foundation. And Deng Xiaoping made a colossal contribution because of this geopolitical shift. The communists take credit for the economic reforms, but they were belated and they were grudging and incomplete. What Deng did was to make it official policy in '92 when he took the southern tour after Tiananmen, when it looked like markets and liberalization was over. That was critical. But we're talking about well before then, when the peasants did it on their own. So here we have a story of geopolitics that works for the Soviets, for Eastern Europe, and for China too. I'll tell the story, move it up in time, and what happens with China, post-Soviet Russia, and the US in the next lecture. But let me now conclude part 4, the fourth and final part of the lecture. All right, we're right on time. So here we are. We have our round tables to celebrate the round tables. We have a wonderful story. We have heroes. But it doesn't look right, because this is not where we expect it to be. Remember all the stuff about countries that were partially free? Remember that nonsense? Remember the stuff about, quote, electoral democracy? Remember that garbage? There are people who have tenure to this day, luxurious university positions on that stuff. Now, it's electoral authoritarianism all of a sudden. It's the same mechanism and techniques, but somehow democracy got scratched and authoritarianism got inserted. Were we so deluded? What did we miss? We missed the losers. We are witnessing a loser's victory now. Democratic deficit, there was one. Democratic mechanisms, we have them. Political entrepreneurialism, yeah. Democratic deficit, democratic mechanisms, political entrepreneurialism, Orban. Democratic deficit, democratic mechanisms, political entrepreneurialism, Kaczynski, Putin, Trump, and you could go on. Voila. The political entrepreneurialism, however, is not taken for granted. That's the key ingredient. You see, you have to compete the way the Chinese did on the American market, the way we did in the Cold War. You got to be up to the competition. You got to know your strengths and the other side's weaknesses. And as Pope John Paul II said on his first trip back to Poland, be not afraid. That's the absolute key. You don't need stormtroopers and violence. You control the media, but that's nothing. You've got stories. You've got the most powerful thing in the world. You've got stories. You've got grievances. You've got enemies. You've got stories. Stories that speak to the heart. We call these mendacious stories. We say they're lies. Brexit, all the promises. But stories are very powerful. What is authoritarianism? It's only 4 things. It's coercive mechanisms. You give me some coercive mechanisms, I can do a lot. For sure. You need a revenue stream. You don't have to grow the economy. You just need cash. The idea that there's some kind of bargain that authoritarians promise that if they raise the standard of living, the people will be okay with not having freedoms, that's garbage. That's nonsense. And what? If the standard of living doesn't go up, the authoritarians are going to say, you know, we violated the bargain. We're going to leave power now. There's no bargain, social contract. The people haven't given up their freedom willingly in some cases, and the authoritarians are not going to admit that they didn't hold up their side of the bargain if the standard of living doesn't go up. They're just going to use the coercive mechanisms, but not only. You see, because if you have the revenue stream, whatever it might be, oil, gas, diamonds, accounts in the Federal Reserve that don't belong to you, that you somehow penetrate, like Bangladesh's account, and wire it to yourself through Malaysia, like the North Koreans did, right? You just need revenue. You need a revenue stream. It's not that complicated. You need control over life chances. You need to be able to reward and punish people. So if your state employment is high, people are dependent on you, right? The whole middle class in Russia, the part that's still left, they're state employees. And if they don't like the policy and they decide to voice that, their life chances change because the regime has control over life chances. Yeah. So you need coercive mechanisms, a revenue stream, control over life chances, not total control, but enough to reward and punish. It's not that complex. But the 4th thing you need, and the first 3 are brittle without the 4th, is you need stories. You need a well. You need a well. And you need to, down in that well, put the bucket and come up. Grievances, enemies, nationalism. You got to have stories in the well, and those wells have to be deep because you have to keep going back to them and back to them and back to them. And you're not afraid of criticism because you have an alternative story. You're not just suppressing, you're promoting your story. And these stories have resonance. There was national glory and it escaped us, or it was stolen from us. They took our territory away. They gave us gypsies or foreigners or immigrants or fifth column. And you know the drill very well. We can recapture this national glory. We have to fight our enemies. And so you have to give me more power, more and more power, so that I can fight on your behalf. This is elementary. This is illiberalism. This is what fascism looks like today. You don't need, as I said, the stormtroopers and the violence. Sure, some of that you may employ. But if you got coercive mechanisms, a revenue stream, control over life chances, and a well of stories, you're strong. Unless there's a geopolitical counterweight. Yeah. Unless the outside world isn't that friendly. Unless there's pressure from the outside. Because the outside world lives better. Or the outside world denies you access to the things you need. Let's call that the international banking system. Right? Yeah. No authoritarianism without the geopolitical factor either. Geopolitics either inhibits or facilitates authoritarian regimes. Yeah. There's either complacency, decay, refusal to spend money on a real military, offshoring gone amok. There's either all of that, or there's instead resolve. Alliance building, institution building, punishment of those who transgress. Yeah. You know which one we've got now. And you know why authoritarianism, not globally flourishing, certainly not globally flourishing, but eating away at the liberal, rules-based international order. That's easy to criticize and definitely should be criticized. But its absence is a whole new game, potentially. So communism is over. It's not coming back. Illiberalism is alive. And the enormity of the tragedy of the left, across the 20th and the 21st century is still not even appreciated at an elementary level. Thank you for your time.
Steve, thank you very much. So much to talk about, and we have just about half an hour to discuss those issues. So with the privilege of the moderation, let me ask you the first question to get us going. Could I ask you to comment, given your conclusion, what role does the current administration and president in the US have on these illiberal tendencies in the sphere of influence that the West still is?
Thank you for that question. We talked a little bit about that the first lecture. I talked about how, the CIA tried to destroy the Soviet Union from without and failed. It had a fantasy of destruction of communism. And then the general secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union began to destroy the system from within, and the CIA watched that process and couldn't believe that was going on. I mentioned that Trump is not Gorbachev. The United States is not on the verge of collapse, nor is the West. So the analogy is imperfect, but we're in a kind of strange and crazy situation where the enemies couldn't do to the United States and the West what now the leader is doing. My view is it's a very precarious situation. I don't predict the future. I don't think it necessarily has to end badly. The West has had periods of misrule. Incompetence is the single most important dimension of politics in Washington, not ideology, but incompetence. We have overcome episodes that were very significantly bad, that were self-created. And so it could be that this is a passing phase. It could be even that the current administration shifts in a different direction. You know, if you read John Kennedy's inaugural, January 20th, 1961, it's very short. He talked about, we will bear any burden, we will meet any challenge. Every foe and friend should know that we will defend freedom in every corner of the world. Yeah, that was all correct. Now, the execution of that was often poor. And the Vietnam War is a prime but not the only example. The Iraq War more recently. We all know the critique, but the resolve we forget. The problem is to translate this into effective mechanisms and effective policies. You can know what your values are, and you can fail to defend them properly. We're now in a situation where we've even forgotten what the values are, let alone fail to defend them properly. So, as I said, it's a precarious situation, but I don't make any predictions. It could shift, and we've overcome things like this before. I will say, however, that when people break the rules, when they transgress, when freedom is threatened, you got to be there. There have to be punishments. Orban cannot get away with what he does. Kaczynski cannot get away with some of the stuff he does. EU was better on Poland than it was on Hungary, in part because Hungary came first. And they saw what a big black eye it was to do nothing. Now you can say mechanisms are poor, levers are weak, don't have that much leverage over the situation. That's not an excuse. Who are we? What are our values? Why are we here? How did we get here? What do we stand for? The same thing has to be said for the people in Washington. Those who call themselves the establishment, what are they made of? Is it Volvograd? Or is it something better than that? And we're waiting to see. Absolutely waiting to see.
And just as a 1 second follow-up question, would you say that just as the world and the West were caught by surprise by '89, that there was an element of surprise by the illiberal turn?
There was delusion. The first part of my talk was all about delusion. The idea that intellectuals, for example, make history. This is the single biggest delusion in the academy. Because the intellectuals write all the books about history, don't we?
We do.
Yes, we do. And we put ourselves at the center of the story. And when something is heroic, we give ourselves agency. And when something is less than heroic, we begin to talk about structural factors. Or betrayal. That's a great trope for intellectuals. Betrayal, how something was really good, and then it got sidetracked or betrayed or usurped or whatever it might be, right? Yeah. So, yes, of course we missed it because we were looking at ourselves and talking about ourselves. And we weren't talking about society. We weren't talking about the losers. We weren't talking about history. We weren't talking about all the things that we're now talking about, which, of course, were not inevitable, but are part of a prior story that we can all now point to in retrospect, the way everyone predicts the day after on cable TV, right? And so, yeah, we did. But, you know, not everyone. Not everyone. There are people, and we know who they are, and we can look back at them, who said things in real time. You know, Raymond Aron, in the 50s, when Sartre was at his peak, he said, I'm an intellectual, and I'm on the right. Yeah. He understood communism before others did. He understood freedom. And this was very important. It wasn't 1989 or 1992 or 1995. It was Czeslaw Miłosz. 49 he wrote that book, Captive Mind, right? So there were people who knew then early, and now we separate them out as heroes because they were more prescient, because they understood what the values and principles, what was at stake, right? They were never Stalinists who then went the other way. But let's give credit to those people too, like Kolakowski, right? Unlike Michnik, for example. Kolakowski was a true believing Stalinist for a time. But he figured things out. And look what he did as a result. Well, we can do the same thing now with our history. We can go back to 89. We can go back to the 70s. We can look at Poznański on Poland. We can look at Roman Laba on Poland. Right? There's a lot of stuff that was there in real time. And in the 90s too. And we can sift that history. And we can find where we are now in people who saw that coming. And it's not the majority, but those are our beacons. And it's left and right who saw. It's not one side or the other that saw. I'm a nonpartisan person. I don't belong to a political party.
I'll add Milovan Djilas to your list of many, many.
Yes.
So let's open it now, and I'll group questions by 3 so that we can fit most in. So let's take the front row here, Anna. Oh.
So I have a question about the nature of the changes of the American economy.
Yeah.
Because it seemed to me that an important part of your story was a growing economy that actually produced goods and raised the standard of living for a very large number of people.
Yes.
And, you know, reading the news, it just seems to me that the shift to a service economy, and I don't know whether it is accurate to say there's a larger proportion of the economy now played by finance, but I wonder whether when you say we've forgotten our values, that part of this is because the economy itself is changing and more people are less optimistic in a way that they were during the years that you were discussing.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was fully convinced by your description of the collapse of communism, also as a witness of many events at that time. Well, I am not so completely convinced or by your arguments about why the illiberal and authoritarian tendencies are coming up now. For instance, in Europe, what is the main trigger, or what are the main triggers for that? And I'm just, with respect to that question, just another small question. You know the theory, I think, Roderick, about not the impossibility of globalization, of national state and democracy. And I am asking this question especially with respect to European Union, because we are living here, and we are all, or at least not all, but some people are very worried about what is happening here.
Thank you.
I think that's a little bit in the same vein. There's a lot of commentary globally in the West that inequality is basically one of the big enemies within the West. Yeah, maybe you can comment on that, and maybe the same issue just from a different perspective, because you mentioned the myths and the histories. Yes. that the authoritarian regimes, you may even call it religions, that they sort of create or propagate. What is the myth or the religion for the West?
Yes.
In the future?
That's the question. Yep. That's the exact question.
Okay. Thank you.
That is it. So let's talk a little bit about the American economy. So if you eliminate markets and private property, you can't have freedom. We know that because there's history. Every case where that's been done, freedom was lost. And economic dynamism was also lost. And that's why communism is dead. Because the elites understand this problem, even if the academy doesn't fully understand it yet. Okay, so when you have a dynamic market economy, it does a lot of stuff. And some of the things it does, cause massive disruption. That's what dynamism is about. There's this, fanciful, wonderful term, creative destruction, that comes from Schumpeter, right? Okay, it's not actually creative destruction. There's a chaotic quality to it that's much more than creative destruction, because there's chaos even in the success. This is Hyman Minsky talks about how economic success leads you to misprice risk. That when markets go up, people misprice risk and they take greater risks. And so there's an inherent instability in market success, right? That's Minsky's work. We understand this. That's just the way things are. Why should we react as if that's a shock to us? But let's talk about your inequality issue, or your issue of, when America produced things.
It was the services and finance.
Yeah, so let's think about this. Let's go back to 1946. What was the percentage of the global GDP of the U.S. economy in 46? Yeah, 50%. 50%. Yeah. So it's easy to do. Let's have World War II. Let's kill 55 million people. Let's destroy everybody's infrastructure, their housing. Let's just kill it all. But the U.S., no fighting on its territory. Instead, the war is an economic boom. And now, the rest of the world is flattened. And so what's the U.S. going to have from 46, right, through the first oil shock? It's going to have a pathway that you can't recreate. There's no going back to 46 and 47 and 48 and the 50s and the 60s, and when my father worked in a factory and bought a house, right? You're not going to work in a factory and buy a house outside of certain specific circumstances, right? Those circumstances can't be recreated. You can't go back to that, because you have to destroy the free world to get that lift behind the U.S. So you're left with the consequences of success. The consequences of success, right? Because success breeds more trouble than failure does. Failure is easy. Success, however, creates all sorts of interest groups. It polarizes and locks down a political system as the interest groups gain control over it, right? The winners, for example, gain control. Okay, Trump, representing the losers, seems to make a breakthrough. But obviously it's not a breakthrough for those who are on the losing end, right? So this is just the cost of success. So what you need are corrective mechanisms. You need lower cost of entry into markets. You need to break market power of people who can prohibit the entry of others. You need greater investment in education and skills and training and community colleges, not Harvards and Stanfords, right? You need all of those things that reintroduce dynamism into an ossified system and that open up opportunity. But what's our conversation about? It's about redistribution, because we have a sense of fairness. We have an important sense of fairness. And that important sense of fairness leads us to say, we have to redistribute it because some have too many.
I was not asking about that.
Go ahead.
It seemed to me that the growing American economy in the 50s and 60s had obvious benefits to an increasing number of people.
Yes. Yes, it did.
And it's not clear to me that is the case now. So I'm not making an argument
Yes.
for redistribution.
Yes.
I'm simply wondering, why is it that people in America are not feeling optimistic in the way that they were before? I'm not saying we have to go back.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. But I'm saying that that's a consequence of success. I quoted the greatest living, the preeminent philosopher today in the first lecture, Louis C.K. And what he said was, everything is amazing and nobody is happy. Right? And that's it. That's what you're saying. And I agree with that. I'm only saying that that's a consequence of success. That doesn't surprise me. And moreover, that's not something that was easily preventable. And so what you're dealing with then is you need policies and levers, right, that break ossified structural power and reintroduce the openness that you had before, which form these wealthy, powerful interest groups, right? Now, you can say that it's easier said than done, and I agree, right? But that's what public policy is. Public policy is about what you can do as well as what you need to do, right? It's not about what would be, good in a book published by Central University Press or whatever, right? That's a different type of policy. Policy is what you can do when, billionaires can buy politicians and those kinds of things, right? That's where you have to have policy. That's where you have to be clever. And so my view is, we have a tremendous amount of manufacturing in the United States right now. We have an incredibly dynamic manufacturing economy. It just doesn't employ people the same way. The rate of employment in manufacturing is lower than it was before, largely because of automation, once again, largely because of success. This is the problem. The EU expanded to 28, and now it seems like it's a shambles, right? It's success that gives you the problems. It's not a shambles, it's success. But within the success, you have to reinsert the element of dynamism, because it's all about dynamism and these corrective mechanisms. And the only way to do that, right, is through coalition politics, is through the sausage making, it's through resistance in the streets, it's through electing people, it's through applying pressure, and it's through political entrepreneurialism. So here's the answer to that other question, how come things are in Europe the way they are now? And like I said, the key ingredient is political entrepreneurialism. That's the key ingredient, because if you have ineffective politicians, things don't happen. If you have effective politicians, they can catalyze. People say there's a brush fire, it was waiting to happen, somebody needed to light the fuse. Well, yeah, somebody needed to light the fuse. That's the whole story of political entrepreneurialism. If you're ineffective as a politician, right, you don't last. Someone else more effective comes and beats you. We're going to see this now in France, right? In days. What are we, 4 days away from the election in France? We're going to see who had the entrepreneurialism, right? It's very hard to read because we read it through a prism that doesn't give us as direct access as we need. We instead have this tremendous filter problem. But the political entrepreneurialism is the key variable. And so Europe needs political entrepreneurialism on the anti-populist side. That's what it needs. If people came along who were effective, they had the story to tell about national greatness and about how that's connected to openness and immigration and economic dynamism and investment in education and whatever else they might tell that story. And they were good at telling that story, and they were good at rebutting their competitors, right? We would have that story then. We would be in that position. The problem is globalization, international identity, transnational identity is always minoritarian by definition. And nationalism is always majoritarian by definition, always. And so people are ignoramuses who try to tell transnational stories not rooted in a national one. What they're telling you is, I want to be in the minority. I don't want to fight for the majority. Nationalism is pliable. The content of nationalism is not given. National stories can be flipped. You can only be an internationalist if you can tell that in an effective national story. There is no other way. And if you can't tell your internationalism in an effective national story, I can predict what's going to happen to you. You're going to end up in the minority. Someone else is going to come along, a political entrepreneur, and they're going to seize the national card, and they're going to play it because they're skillful, and they're going to crush you. And you're going to say they're lying, they're mendacious, they're telling people what people want to hear, but they're never going to give it to them. And I said, what are you telling people? Your story isn't mendacious also? In answer to your question about all the glory that's going to come to the majority, supposedly, from the openness. So the illiberal tendencies, the problem is you need a counter-national story. And that counter-national story has to be effective. It has to win people over in a competitive marketplace known as democracy. Right? Democracy is a corrective mechanism in a big way. The only trouble with democracy is when you can use it to eliminate it. Right? That's what Goebbels was about. Right? Remember him? He kept saying, this democracy is amazing. It's our greatest tool. We use it, we get into power, and then we end it. Right? That's when democracy runs into trouble. Right? And that's where we're on the cusp here with the Orban stuff, with Erdogan. Right? That's where we're on the cusp. But those people can't bank in North Korea. Turkey and Hungary cannot do their banking in North Korea. They can't have an economy without the Western banking system. The levers of power that we have over them are life and death, existential, if we understood that and we use that, right? So, but we need a competitive story to beat them, in addition to using the mechanisms, understanding the power that we have. You know, about the inequality. The era of equality, the post-World War II era, is not the principal historical story. If you look at history, inequality is much more typical. However, if you have a Great Depression, which was incredibly destructive of wealth, and you have a war, which was incredibly destructive of wealth, you can equalize things. How you get to a more equal point without a Great Depression and without war, nobody's answered that question yet. I don't want the Great Depression and I don't want the war to get to the position where working class people can buy housing again, right? Just because they work conscientiously. Right? My father had no college education. I was the first in the family to go to college. He had the manufacturing job that worked in that epoch. I have the intellectual labor job that works in this epoch, right? But I benefited from the economic and human capital that he was able to acquire in that epoch, that now people like him can't do the same, and their kids can't enjoy the kind of benefits, right? So it's not something that anybody is evil, that anybody did wrong. It's not a conspiracy, right? It's not something that is necessarily bad even. It's the way the world works. However, you get inside that system and you tweak and you push. The story of social mobility is very mixed. There is a media version of the story, which corresponds 99% to the leftist understanding of the world. And then there's a sociological story in the sociology literature, which is highly variegated and full of interesting stuff, including natural experiments about how things got better for whole communities, right? But we can't get to the sociological story because we have a political story that is really hard for us to give up because it's dear to our hearts, right? So it's going to be hard to get anywhere near that. It's going to be very hard. Finally, let me say one more thing. You know, it's very easy to be a pessimist. Pessimism comes naturally to me. And the reason pessimism beats optimism is because, A, you're always right. If you predict things are going to be bad, somehow they are. And you look good. But if you make a mistake, you predict bad stuff and good stuff happens, you're even better off. Because when you're wrong, it's because the world is a better place as a result, right? So pessimism is wonderful. And it's very easy, as I say, for me, it's kind of in my DNA to be pessimistic. But the story I'm telling today is an optimistic story. It's a story about the right values, about tremendous accomplishments, about colossal success. What's China today compared to Mao? Can you describe it as anything other than a colossal success? What's India today compared to 1947? You know all the problems of China. You know all the problems of India. But is the situation now not incredible, successful? What about the European Union? My God, the European Union is astonishing. It's amazing, the European Union. I could tell you all the problems just like you could. And, you know, the currency and the union without... we can all talk about that till we're blue in the face. But do we remember a different history in Europe? Yeah. And is this history significantly better? Yeah. So the problems are real, and we need a better analysis of them in addition to mechanisms on them. But we have to learn that success is the challenge. We have to rise to the success. We can't retreat and faint and lose our nerve just because we have success.
Thank you, Professor Kotkin. I will now end this session, given that we're on time, with apologies to those who wanted to ask questions. But let me just add everything that you already know, that we're in the middle of a fascinating journey down a road that Professor Kotkin is taking us, and we are impatient to reach to the final point in the third lecture next Wednesday. So please keep your questions, those of you who wanted to ask, again with my apologies. But at the end, please join me in thanking Professor Kotkin for this second lecture.
Thank you again. 3 lectures is very difficult, and I appreciate that some of you are here again for the 3rd time for the Aufhebung, as Ivan described it. We'll see if we can really lift up. So I'm going to continue what I did the first 2 times and not really repeat much of the first 2 lectures, but I will give a little bit of analysis of what I've said up till now. So what have been the themes? The first theme is that we are dealing with success, meaning that we tend to speak mostly about crisis, about failure, but I instead think that the world today is a result of our success. It has been built by the West. The West has expanded to its greatest extent. Other places have copied the West. And in fact, they've paid homage to the West by trying to undermine the West because it's so strong and so powerful. We always qualify success. Every time I say we talk about success, people say to me, but it depends. When I say crisis and failure, nobody says it depends who you're talking about. It depends which groups of the society. But success, for some reason, we have a difficult time admitting. The second point I've been making is that despite the success, nobody is happy. There is a malaise which is quite pronounced and needs to be explained. You can see I have borrowed from the preeminent philosopher of our time this problem that everything is amazing and nobody is happy. My third point has been that geopolitics is wrongly dismissed as the problem when in fact it is or can be the solution. We have an escape from geopolitics mentality. We have a fear of the return of geopolitics. For the right, that is to say, people who consider themselves conservative, they are above geopolitics. There's a kind of pure American hegemony. For the left, geopolitics is so evil that it must be transcended with pooled sovereignty and multinational institutions. These are not only wrong, they're not only mistakes, but they're politically dangerous views. Because we got to where we were through geopolitics. The Cold War was won because of geopolitics. The world was built because of geopolitics, and it will be sustained only because geopolitics is our friend. Another point I've been making is nationalism. Once again, we are very dismissive of nationalism. Nationalism is a pejorative. We tend to see ourselves as international people, as transnational people, as cosmopolitan people. And so we hand nationalism over to our enemies, those who are not for freedom, They seize nationalism because we say that nationalism is not what we need. In fact, nationalism is just another word for politics. Politics can be defined as the struggle to define the nation. There are many different incarnations of the nation. Inside Austria, you have debates about what Austria is and what Austria should be. Those are debates about defining the nation. You can have an open nation. You can have a nation that agrees to pool its sovereignty and join multinational organizations like the EU or others. But if you refuse to engage with nationalism, if you believe nationalism is your enemy, you are committing once again a political mistake, just like with refusing geopolitics. It's very important to seize nationalism and make it work as an instrument for you, including defending the European Union. If you give up nationalism, if you cede nationalism, you are automatically in the minority. Transnationalism, internationalism is ipso facto a minority ideology. Only nationalism can be majoritarian. We've seen this problem now, unfortunately, unfolding. Okay, and now the key point, which I hope to cover in more depth today, is this problem of resentment. When we see democratic mechanisms able to reveal what we might call the losers of some of our processes. That is to say, the people whose voices have not been heard, they feel the system does not work for them, and yet, because of democratic mechanisms, they've been able to give voice to their resentment, to their disappointment, to their anger. We call this now populism. Populism is, of course, just another word for politics. There is nothing particularly exceptional about populism. Moreover, it's not the end of civilization when poor people or people who've been excluded from political processes gain a voice. You can argue that they are represented by mendacious politicians, and I can't disagree with that. But then again, the establishment politicians have a lot to answer for, including on the question of mendacity. So the losers surface, the resentment. But today I'm going to talk a little bit more about resentment not inside a country, but in the international system as a whole, because that's what we're witnessing. We're witnessing a sense of losers surfacing, or people feeling angry, or people feeling resentment at the international system, and attempting a kind of populist politics in international terms. Once again, this is not particularly shocking. It's not particularly earth-shattering. I believe everything on this list is more or less banal. I don't think anything here is very deep, except maybe this one. Nonetheless, I think it bears remembering. So let me talk a little bit about the fascism-communism question from the last lecture. Once again, I said I wouldn't repeat what I said from the lectures, but I will just review a little bit. Or as my wife always likes to say, I heard you twice already the first time. Yeah. We used to call it, when I was growing up, a broken record. But we don't have records anymore. They used to go around on this spinning thing and play music. And sometimes they wouldn't work anymore, and the same piece would repeat and repeat and repeat. But since now we have CDs, it's a little bit different. Actually, I don't think we have CDs anymore. Just joking. Okay, so what did I actually argue? I argued that communism ceased to work for the pigs. The pigs, as you know from Animal Farm, was the group that Orwell chose for the communist elites. Instead, they discovered that illiberalism with private property and markets is much superior to illiberalism with this communism nonsense. Now, this was not their motivation. for overthrowing communism. A lot of them were communists. That was the problem with communism. The problem with communism was there were too many communists. However, despite this not being their motivation, it was a prime cause of the collapse because they lived in a capitalist world and they suffered under a capitalist example or sphere of influence. Remember I talked about the East German elites? How did they mark their status? They wore Western suits. They had Western perfume for their wives and mistresses. They drove Western cars. Their entire life was completely suffused with status symbols of the capitalist world, right? This was true of the entire bloc. This was true of the Soviet Union as well. So they lived in a capitalist world, and this was their problem. There was a structural crushing of communism by the capitalist sphere of influence known as the West. Now, modern authoritarianism, which is the rule of the few in the name of the many, the rule of the few in the name of the many, modern authoritarianism. Old authoritarianism was the rule of the few in the name of the few. Now we have the rule of the few in the name of the many. And you'll remember from Tocqueville that he predicted that the authoritarians, the absolutists, would not be able to legitimize themselves in the new era of democracy. He was right about many things, but he was wrong about this. They've been able to figure out how to do the rule of the few in the name of the many. And I said there were 4 components. There was the coercive apparatus. You can't really get by without the coercive apparatus. There was the revenue stream, not economic growth. They don't really need that. They need cash flow. There was control over life chances, to be able to reward and punish people by denying them their job, by denying them perquisites. And they needed a deep well of powerful stories. All of this was brittle without the stories. The threats, the enemies, the grievances, and of course, the national glory stolen. Right? And I said that this authoritarianism or illiberalism with private property and markets is not a new phenomenon, nor is it particularly, let's say, shocking. Instead, it's a long-standing phenomenon. Now, you can calibrate the amount of violence you use. You can calibrate the xenophobia. Violence and xenophobia for authoritarian regimes are like the accordion. They can open it wide or they can close it a little bit. If, for example, the national glory stolen mythology is very effective, if people buy into this, then the need for the violence can be reduced. And the cost of the violence, they don't have to pay the regimes. So it's blasphemous to suggest that there's any connection with fascism. Remember what I said about the problem of fascism and communism. I said that the right has a notion that fascism and communism are equal, that they're the same, that they're part of totalitarianism. This was very effective in the Cold War against communism, to equate it with fascism. Because if you can equate it with fascism, Hitler is the gold standard of evil. And if you can make something equal to Hitler, who's irredeemable, then communism can also be irredeemable. It was a brilliant notion, totalitarianism. Right? And then there's a left-wing version of the problem, which is that communism was anti-fascism. Communism was anti-fascism, meaning that they were the ones who struggled against fascism. Of course, this leaves out the fact that communism was a culprit in bringing fascism to power. This part of the story is normally suppressed. So we have a mythology of equation, and then we have a mythology of antimony. And I said, in fact, that the difference between fascism and communism was that communism was over. And I still believe that that holds. And the reason communism is over is because it didn't work for the pigs. And they will not bring it back. They will instead mutate, evolve in the direction of illiberalism with private property and markets. So if you talk about calibrating the violence and the xenophobia, you can actually talk about a continuum of modern authoritarianism. And you can put Mussolini in that continuum, and you can put Hitler in that continuum. You can't put Stalin in that continuum because he was a communist. They didn't have private property and markets. But it's very, very blasphemous to suggest this. First, you're trying to reduce the uniqueness of Hitler and Nazism. Secondly, you're playing the leftist game of potentially equating Orban or Trump with fascism, which of course doesn't really work because they don't have the kind of power that the fascists were able to command, right? So what you're talking about is a difference in epoch. The post-World War I epoch, when violence in politics was not only on high level, but considered normally necessary. It was a norm to be violent, and that's how you recruited people. And of course, the xenophobia or the anti-Semitism were core to the Nazi project in a way that they're only toyed with in the regimes today. So the idea that there's a continuum, right, is a dangerous one politically, but intellectually, I think it can potentially be justified. So that's the only point I was making, however, was that communism is over. I was not necessarily suggesting that they weren't, that the right didn't have a point in equating them. I was not suggesting that the left didn't have a point, that many communists resisted fascism. I know the history, just like you do. I was merely suggesting that communism didn't last and is not coming back because it doesn't work for the elites. You can't steal as much property. You can't loot as much public money. You can't own as much, right, under communism as you can do post-communism. It's a very simple equation. Once again, it was not the motivation for the communist capitulation. That was a story about living in a capitalist world. And the capitalist world, which we call the West, crushing them in the daily life competition. And then Gorbachev accidentally, unwittingly destroying the system from within as he tried to fix it, right? So it's not causal directly, but nonetheless, it's the main structural fact that the framework that allows everything to happen. Anyway, so that was what I tried to say the last lecture. What about today? As you know, I told you already that I took this photograph myself. That's the American bald eagle. You recognize, and you see him riding it the way he rides everything. So this is what we think. This is our image of what is going on. It couldn't be farther from the truth. This image is complete nonsense, as amusing as it is. We have a predicament, Russia's predicament, which is that it wants to be a great power. It considers itself what we call a providential power, a power under providence or under God, right? It has a special mission in the world. This is the core. This is the core of Russia. The problem, however, is that they are not the greatest power. They consider themselves a providential power, but they are relatively weak vis-a-vis the West. There's a gulf or an asymmetry, a gap. And so what you see in Russian history is you see the quest for a strong state to manage or maybe even overcome the gap with the West. There's a Tsarist version of this, there's obviously a Stalinist version of this, and there's a Putin version of this. Recourse to the state because we're weak vis-a-vis the West. We feel threatened. We perceive that the West is too strong for us, but we should be in the same rank or maybe even higher than them. The result of this quest for a strong state is you get economic spurts followed by prolonged stagnation. Time and time again. Coercion, state as an instrument, bash the country a little bit forward, and then you end up in a hole. That's where they are again. It takes different versions. The Tsarist version, the Stalinist version, the Putin version are very different. I know the history just like you do. But there is a pattern. Finally, the quest for the strong state culminates in what? What does it culminate in? Does it culminate in a strong state? Never. It culminates in personal rule. Every single time. It's astonishing. And then we have the conflation of state interests with the political fortunes of one person. So people say you can't criticize Putin because he's defending Russian state interests. But he's not defending Russian state interests. I can be a Russian patriot and criticize that regime because that regime is defending itself. That regime is about maintaining itself in power. It's a personal rule problem. This is Russia's predicament. That's where they are again. They got themselves into the same predicament once more. We talked about democracy in the 90s. But what happened in the 90s? What happened in the 90s was the gap with the West grew even more. The gap with the West kept growing. So the state collapse problem was one element, but the other problem was vis-a-vis the West, worsening relationship in terms of the power symmetry. And so here we go, quest for the strong state, Putin, overcome or manage this weakness vis-a-vis the West, culmination in personal rule. Hard to believe, but we see the pattern. Look, this is all we've got. It looks very large. Crimea, you know about. The two provinces in eastern Ukraine, right? The Transnistria Strip, which is Boris Yeltsin's confection from 1992, and the two pieces in Georgia. All told, it's not very much. This is the Russian sphere of influence. There it is. That's your Russian sphere of influence. That's where they've succeeded. Okay. How about the Eurasian Economic Union? You heard a lot about it. Their version, their competition for the European Union, right? Well, it started with the three, and then they strong-armed two more in. So they've got five. But a lot of them refused to join. Can you imagine? Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan refused to join. Forget about these other ones. During the negotiations, they even removed any of the political dimensions of the European Union. So the ones supposedly closest to Russia balked at political aspects of the Union. But even if every single member who could join, joined, what would it be? Would it have advanced technology? Would it have significant financial resources? No. And moreover, guess what? They agreed to harmonize their Eurasian Economic Union with China's One Belt, One Road. So China is creating a greater Eurasia, but a real one. A real one. So here, we showed this the first lecture. Here's the GDP of the Eurasian Union. There it is. You see Armenia? You see Kyrgyzstan? You don't see them because their economies are invisible. There's nothing there, unfortunately. This, by the way, is 2014, when the ruble-dollar exchange rate was still very different, about 30 rubles to the dollar. Now, you're not at 2 trillion, but you're down here at $1.27 trillion economy because of the collapse following the oil price collapse and the ruble's devaluation. So these things are even smaller, right? Ukraine's entire economy today is not even 100 billion. Not even 100 billion. So I tell you, this is their sphere of influence. Look at it. He's riding that American eagle. Look at their sphere of influence. Here's the language. 1994, Russian language. 2016, Russian language. Look at the direction of Russian language. Latvia, Ukraine from 34% to 24%. First language in the home, Russian. Georgia, Turkmenistan, Lithuania. Only one country has increased Russian language usage in the home. That's it. Otherwise, the Russian sphere of influence is declining in the former Soviet space, declining precipitously. These are merely facts, I understand. We could talk a lot about the other aspects of soft power, but this chart enables you to see what's going on. Russia's a unidimensional power. That's the whole Russian GDP, 127 trillion. Look at the size of the Russian economy, 1/15. 1/15 the size of the United States economy, and not even 1/15 the EU economy. The Soviet Union was 1/3 the size of the US economy. Russia is 1/15. You can do the math yourself. Under 2% of global GDP. What kind of sphere of influence is this? No alliances. Military modernization, yes, a little bit. But does that work for great power status over the long term? I don't think so. Right? Russia is a difficult place to understand. Simultaneously strong and weak, authoritarian and yet lawless. Right? Traditionalist in its values and yet valueless or cynical. Right? Everything could change overnight, and yet in 300 years it looks the same. It's a crazy place, right? It's hard to understand. It's an amazing civilization. Russia is incredible, what they've given to the world and what they've achieved. I've spent much of my life studying it. But I have to tell you, it's in decline in a way that's breathtaking. The anguish of patriotic Russians. It's the most corrupt, highly urbanized, well-educated country in the world. And it has a lot of competition. Massive long-term underinvestment. The economy is tiny and capacity is at 85%. They don't even have any slack. Yes, can you imagine? How about their labor pool? Shrinking. And a lot of it is employed in what you call low value added, like repressive apparatus, private security, right? Yeah, that's Russia today. Hemorrhaging talent every year, 20 to 30,000 professionals. That's a lot of people to lose. Do you know, how about this? 10 million Russians are abroad beyond the FSU. That's the size of the Russian middle class inside Russia. Yeah, that's London, Israel, Berlin, Vienna, Princeton University, Stanford University. That's where they are. And they're earning 20% above market average in all the countries they're in. What does that tell you? They're the best people. And they're leaving at 20 to 30,000 a year. And there's already almost 10 million of them abroad. Can you imagine what is happening? Astonishing, correct? Okay. Meanwhile, back at home, you have a cauldron of roiling resentment. The main threat to Russia? Yes. That's right. That's the main threat to Russia. And it's a very big threat. And it's anguish for those of us who understand and feel for that country. Even before the oil price plunge, the crony economic system had dead-ended. It was zero growth before the collapse of the oil prices, essentially. They squandered their revival. I can explain how the revival happened in the question period if you're interested, but I'm just saying they squandered it. And to get anywhere better, what do they have to do? They have to overturn the existing system. They have to destroy the Putin system and the current elites to get any internationally competitive model. That is a deep hole you're in when your own regime has to destroy itself for your country to move forward. They may destroy themselves, but obviously unwittingly, which is what's happened now several times. To maintain the Putin regime means widening the gap with the West. It widens every year. Those people who are apologists for the Putin regime, this is your argument. You're saying we want to widen the gap with the West because that's what that regime is doing. Okay. So that's the Russian sphere of influence. Yes, they have cyber warfare, as we discussed the first lecture. Yes, they have nuclear weapons, as we discussed the first lecture, right? So they are a special power in decline. That makes them different from, for example, Angola. I could talk a lot about Angola. And in fact, a book I read 2 years ago on Angola is the best book I've ever read about Russia. But they have unique characteristics in addition to the corrupt, oil-driven, oligarchic personal rule system. The Angolan ruler has been there since 1979. So Putin has a way to go. Okay, next. We're going to talk a little bit about the Chinese sphere of influence now, and then wrap up with the US. I'm going to leave Iran out of this lecture because I'm looking at the time and seeing I'm abusing it already. You know, actually, I shouldn't say it. I think we're friends, but we're not that close yet. Okay, so this is the China Greater Eurasia. Does it look different from that little piece of Crimea, right? Donetsk and Lugansk, Transnistria. Does it look a little bit different, China Greater Eurasia? It looks different to me, and there's a sea version of it too, right? You see Djibouti, you see the Straits. Yeah, this is the China version. So it's a very different situation with China. We're not talking about a country that is in the self-perpetuated decline, which is what Russia is right now. Self-destruction, which is what Russia is in right now. We're talking about a country that has ambitions. This I showed the first lecture, you'll recall. These are ports abroad where China owns a significant ownership stake. China's merchant marine is 200,000 ships. 200,000 ships. And these are the ports where they have a significant, in many cases, more than 51% interest. You'll notice that it looks a lot like the British Empire, doesn't it? Yeah. Sphere of influence, emulation. This map are the ports which are so-called dual use. That's where you start with trade and you decide to build a military. You start with trade and you say, yes, we come in peace. We have no hostile intentions. We only want to trade and raise your economy up. And then you have a toehold, you have a port, and then you say, you know what? We will need to defend our trade. We want to make sure that nobody interdicts our trade. Nobody tries to undo our global trade. So we're going to defend them. And we're going to build, as they've done in Gwadar, Djibouti, and next potentially Piraeus, right? We're going to start calling there with our Navy. And we're going to create dual use, commercial and military, with the ports. So you go back to this. This is already there. And this is the beginning of the dual use. So that's Chinese grand strategy. Yeah. And I got to tell you, they're very serious about it. This is, I showed the first lecture, right? The percentage of world trade. Look at this. US percentage of world trade. This is the British Empire. They created the world economy. This is the US eclipse of the British Empire. You can see already in 1900, look out, right? Before the British Empire. In fact, the British Empire is going to grow to its biggest height after that, after 1900, in the interwar period. And now look at China, and look how recent that is. And look at the trajectory, right? The sharpness. That's what we're dealing with, Chinese sphere of influence question. China has 20 neighbors, as we discussed in the first lecture. It's got more neighbors, 14 on land and 6 on sea, than any other country ever. It has more neighbors than Russia has. It has more neighbors than the Soviet Union had. So it's got borders with 20 countries, and it's in dispute with those countries in many cases. We talked about the South China Sea, and I showed you the military base that they built, right, on Fiery Cross Reef. You'll remember the picture. It was a coral reef in 2014, And in 2016, it had a 10,000, right, foot runway for military ships. Okay, but the other thing you see from this map is that China has no California. That's the single biggest problem, geopolitical problem of China. On the one hand, they're boxed in, right? They have U.S. military bases all around their seaports, right? The U.S. has bases all up and down. Japan is basically a U.S. aircraft carrier, right? Philippines has U.S. bases. And so they're boxed in, even where they have water, and then they have no California. Instead, this is what they've got. You see this? You see what this is? This is farmland. This is desert. This is encroaching desert. This is what China's west looks like. That desert is moving, and it's eating and eating the farmland. So if you go back here, this is all desert, and this desert is going this way. That's their California. That's a really big problem. If everybody in China drinks an extra glass of water every day, this thing heads for Beijing. Right? That's their ecological challenge. This is very serious. Look at that. That's sand, and it's on the move. Okay, they have no California, but guess what? They're building a California. Here's Gwadar. We talked about a dual-use port, originally commercial, now also military. And you can see the Chinese built infrastructure right through Pakistan onto the ocean. Here's the same story, but in Burma. Also, you build a gas pipeline, right? It's for commercial reasons. And then we have an outlet to the Bay of Bengal. And they can play a long game. If the Burmese government stops the infrastructure for a time because they feel the Chinese grip is too tight, the Chinese know they'll be around for a while and they'll be able to resume. The problem with their California is it has to go through Pakistan and it has to go through Burma. You see, the United States California just goes through California. It's a whole lot easier to have a California that you own and that doesn't go through potentially difficult places like Pakistan and Burma. Nothing to take away from Pakistan and Burma, but it's a much bigger challenge for that to be your western coast, for that to be your port, than for California to be your western coast. Then you have the roiling East Asia problem. World War II, it's not over yet in East Asia. It didn't end. The Cold War, it's not over yet in East Asia. This is a big problem. There is tremendous roiling historical grievance. Tremendous grievance over the war, which is unsettled. And it's the kind of grievance that's as great or greater than we saw in interwar Europe, the grievances over World War I. You know how those grievances were manipulated. We got grievances at least as deep, and in many cases, significantly deeper. And they're right there, not below the surface. They're right there in the societies, on their media all the time. So we have a combustible narrative, victim of humiliation in the past, and adversaries trying to hold it down in the present. Right? This is the resentment. This is the resentment. Now, I won't go into detail about where, can China get better? Is China getting better? Right? How resilient is China? What happens when there's a crisis? I could talk all about the challenges in China. This is the main one, right? We focus on Tibet and Xinjiang because they have the ethnic strife there, but the big ones are Hong Kong, Taiwan, because those are alternative political models, right? So you have Manchuria and Inner Mongolia are gone. They've been overrun by Han Chinese. Outer Mongolia is currently independent. Tibet and Xinjiang are being assimilated forcibly by China with the ethnic strife, but it's very hard to assimilate the Hong Kong and the Taiwan because it's an alternative political model. This is the deepest threat to the Chinese political system. They want to bring them in, and with Hong Kong, they've already done that in a partial way, and they would love to do it with Taiwan. but it's not a simple proposition for them. That's bigger than the ecological challenge, which is big enough. Okay. Right? We can have miscalculation. There are many ways that China could have an explosion or an implosion. Many weaknesses, many issues, right? But even if there are no shocks, there's slower economic growth, there's corrosive corruption, there's demographic and environmental stress, and there's inability to stabilize the political system enduringly. That's without the shocks, that's where they are. Right? So this is not an easy situation by any stretch of the imagination. What the Chinese Communist Party leadership faces are challenges significantly greater than anything they've dealt with up till now. What do the experts on China say? Right? They say that China becomes aggressive when it feels strong, and that it becomes aggressive when it feels weak. That's what the literature says. Right? We don't know about the decision-making process. This is the first time in history that a country has been this wealthy with this opaque a political system. Because opaque political systems smother wealth. They don't create wealth. But the Chinese system is completely opaque and the second largest economy in the world. It's something that we haven't confronted before. We can't see inside their decision-making process. Right? So Chinese intentions are not understood. And of course, US actions are unpredictable. Because what's the single biggest variable of all? United States actions or inactions. China is no substitute for US power. We talked about the first lecture, how you measure power and what the measuring of the two side by side are, and I attempted to show that there's no way that China measures up anywhere near US power on any parameter whatsoever, right? It cannot replace the US to underwrite the international order. It cannot, and China knows this, right? Let alone the fact that a leader of any open system must itself be open. But openness is potentially the killer threat to the Chinese regime. So here's the strange thing. China, too, is nervous about the US possibly withdrawing from the liberal international order. China is dead set on gaining dominance in East Asia. And that means evicting or pushing out the US past the first island chain out to the second island chain. But nonetheless, China does not want to overturn the international order because they are the prime beneficiaries besides the US and the EU. China, in any case, lacks the capacity, let alone the desire, to underwrite a global international order. So if you look at the threats, where are they? Is Russia a threat to overturn the international order and put something in its place? Is even China, with its colossal sphere of influence emulation of the British Empire, is it even a threat to overturn the US sphere of influence, the Western liberal international rules-based international order? No, that's not the threat. That's not the threat. Communism couldn't be brought down from without, and the US-based power in the world cannot be brought down from the outside either. It can, however, as in the case of communism, be brought down from the inside. That's the threat. The threat is the same resentment, the same populist politics in international terms at the level, right, of the international system, but coming out of Washington, not coming out of Beijing or not coming out of Moscow. That's the world we live in today. That world makes sense. I understand where this came from. My father was part of the white working class. And we remember the Nixon presidency very, very well. I remember this stuff because it was in the household. We have, however, incomprehension. Trump is a fascist, Trump is a unique phenomenon, Trump came out of nowhere, and et cetera, right? There's far too much Trump discussion. Far too much Trump discussion and not enough discussion about long-term structural factors that he didn't cause may accelerate, but may not accelerate. These are things that were happening under Obama. They were happening under the second Bush, right? The Iraq War was not Trump, for example, as we know, right? But nonetheless, we have incomprehension. The resistance to Trump. Let's think about this. We have a demagogue, low character, bogus accomplishments, and he speaks with immediacy to millions and millions of people. How is this possible? We still don't know, because we don't know these people. Remember I told you about Pauline Kael? She was the film critic of The New Yorker in the 60s and 70s, and the most read film critic in the United States. And she said, Nixon could never have won the election. I don't know a single person who voted for Nixon. And she was right. She didn't know a single person who voted for Nixon. But Nixon won in a landslide. Yeah, they're out there. They're out there. And that's their voice. And I'm not suggesting Trump is going to do anything for them, but I'm suggesting that they're not so stupid. And they're Americans too, just like they're Hungarians, just like they're Austrians. And we need to speak to them. And they need to hear something from us that's valuable. 489 of the wealthiest counties in the U.S., they voted for Clinton. Yep. And what about the rest? The remaining? Yeah. Guess who they voted for? Trump won 30 states. Clinton won 20 states. Clinton won California by more than 4 million. She won New York by more than 2 million. And she lost the rest of the country by more than 3 million. Between New York and California, Trump won by 3 million votes. Yeah, that's right. And then we have his truthful hyperbole, which everyone so far at this institute has agreed with me that it's lying. And then we have our universities that are denying that there's something called a higher truth. They're telling me, you can't speak about truth. You can't know the truth. Truth is just your interpretation of reality. Truth is just your subject position and where you're talking from. Truth is just your class position. And on it goes. I got to tell you, Trump is lying. How do we know he's lying? Because there is something called a higher truth that we can identify. If we can't identify a higher truth, we can't say that Trump is lying. You either going to agree with me that there's a higher truth, or I'm sorry, Trump is just speaking his mind, and he's not lying. To put it bluntly, with friends like the universities, we don't even need enemies. That's the situation we're in right now. Yeah, and I live in 2 of them, and so I know this firsthand. So we have this big problem. The U.S. provides security in all the key regions because it denies hegemony, it denies predominance to any one country in the key regions. You don't think that's hard? That's really hard, and that's really costly. That costs a lot. I'm a taxpayer in the U.S. I'm paying for this. The U.S. promotes an open market-based economic order. You don't think that's brought prosperity? It has brought prosperity. Not evenly, because markets never bring even prosperity. Never. But the absence of markets, we know what that brings. The multinational institutions, who helped create them and who's helped sustain them? So this is the liberal international order. The central fact about international politics is anarchy. It's not somebody being in charge. Somebody being in charge is rare because it's very costly to that country to be in charge. And because it's very difficult to manage, to have the kind of power that stretches. And so the alternative is not a U.S. order that makes mistake after mistake, that's worthy of the criticism that we level at it. But the alternative is, you guessed it, anarchy. That's where we could be. Not a Chinese displacement of the U.S., not a blundering, self-interested U.S. order, U.S.-led international sphere of influence, but something very different. We're close. We're not there yet, but that's potentially where we've been heading prior to Trump. We have fateful choices from Washington. Can American primacy preserved or restored? Should it be? Do we keep everything that we've got, or do we just let it go? You see, because we live in a democracy. And in a democracy, you have to have the people support this. Because if the people don't support it, then it's only a briefing in a think tank. Brilliant briefings in think tanks about how U.S. grand strategy should look are different from something rooted in a democratic polity that a majority of people will approve, because it speaks to national interest, nationalism, right? Okay. Accommodation of China in East Asia, Russia in Eurasia, Iran in the Gulf. You want to just grant those sphere of influences and retreat? That's certainly a possibility, right? That doesn't mean a displacement. None of these are capable or interested in running an international rules-based order. Or do we end up then fighting a gigantic containment, maybe even bigger than the Soviet containment? Are the American people going to even get behind something like that over a long period, enduringly? There's got to be a new equilibrium somehow in which we recognize other states' interests, but we uphold core values. There's got to be. Otherwise, the thing doesn't last. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So we have the opportunity to continue the conversation. Asking questions, comments, please.
Thank you. I've followed your lecture the 3 times throughout, and I've kept a number of things in mind, but I shall ask one particular question. We've heard a lot about the West here.
Yes.
And I think I'm just following in the line of David Marquand and other people, well, unimportant. I tend to argue that there is no West, really. Let me explain. You've spoken about the West as a very successful disciplining circumstance, at least in the first time. You've spoken about it repeatedly as the largest sphere of influence.
Yes.
But I still see the fact that the West, the Occident, if we like, had to be opposed to an East. Yes, there was always a counterpart, and it is defined by a counterpart, largely. Now, that counterpart has disappeared after 1989, and I wonder, with all the contradictions that we've seen appearing between Western countries, with all the integration or interconnection with countries outside of that West taking place, why does it still seem reasonable to you to speak about a West at all? That would be my question.
Thank you. I don't agree that the West is defined in terms of another. I think that is a paint-by-the-numbers trick that we see in a certain type of social science and humanities approach. The other in the scare quotes, and then to talk about definition of yourself in terms of the other. I think that's nonsense. The West is defined on its own terms. I can tell you what the West is about, right? It's about markets, private property, prosperity, open societies, right? Free economy, open societies, and liberal constitutional order and democracy. That's what the West is about. That's what the West means. The West means nothing other than that. It's not a geographical term because Japan was able to join that sphere of influence. And it joined only on those terms, the same way that Eastern Europe had to qualify to join the West. Some didn't really qualify, and they were let in anyway. I don't want to mention any names, but it did happen. It did happen. But so the West, to me, is a series of values, a series of institutions, and an idea about itself. And the idea that it needs some other to go beat up on in order to define itself is a critique that's rooted partially in facts, but is rooted in a delusional methodology that runs through the social sciences and the humanities, in my view. So now let's get to what's happened since. Are the disagreements inside the Western sphere of influence greater now than they were 40 years ago? 50 years ago? Not for me, they're not. If you know the history of the Cold War, the disagreements were very significant. I don't even mention de Gaulle. De Gaulle is a crucially important figure in many ways, but he's the easiest one to point to for the disagreement. But there are fundamental disagreements about major issues, but there's a shared framework. There's a shared commitment of values, and there are shared institutions. Does this mean that the West lives up to its promise, its self-image? It never lives up to that self-image and promise, right? Just like Gandhi said about Western civilization, right? When they asked Gandhi, what do you think about Western civilization? He said it would be a great idea. So I get that. I get that. I'm one of the critics, but I need something to criticize. If it doesn't live up to those institutions, if it doesn't live up to those values, if it doesn't live up to that behavior, then I'm going to criticize it because I believe in those values, those institutions, and that behavior. So I don't think there are greater disagreements now. Moreover, I'm not bothered by the rise of the West. I'm not bothered by the rise of the others either. I like that. I wanted the West example to succeed. I wanted other countries to begin to think that they could copy this, that they could emulate it and still be true to themselves, the way the Japanese did. The Japanese are not European, but they're Western. The Russians are not Western, but they're European.
Thank you very much. Professor, Europe was brought into a kind of disarray in its strategic thinking upon the victory of Mr. Trump. And one of the subjects which I believe will be discussed when the EU leaders are meeting later to take stock of the situation after the Brexit,
yes,
will be, should Europe move in the direction of a European integrated defense system? I think you might have an idea about that. Personally, I would think it would be a great idea, and I've been arguing it also in my Danish newspaper, including that we should actually try now, I don't know if it's possible, but maybe the chance is there now, where we are going to have a stronger and sharper Europe. Of that, I'm quite sure. That would be the effect within the next 3, 4, 5 years. Could you even imagine that we should have not anymore a French nuclear defense, but we should move in the direction maybe of a nuclear axis, Paris, Berlin. I mean, really build up European defenses under the consideration that we can no longer depend the way we have been depending on the United States. Thank you.
So you will see that for all of my faults and blindness, for all of the mistakes I made in 3 lectures, I did not make the mistake of talking about Europe to this audience. I did many other things that might appear stupid to you, but that one I did not do. And the reason I did not do that is because I don't think you need to hear more about Europe from me. I spoke instead about East Asia and about the United States. But let me say a word about Europe as a result. I won't take a position on this particular issue. I'll wait to see how it plays out. But you know what I'm going to say, because as my wife said, you heard it twice already the first time. Europe is a profound success. There are now 28 minus 1 countries in the EU. In my lifetime, I never imagined that this was possible. I still remember the founding 6. I still remember the difficulty of adding even any to the 6. Now I've got 28 minus 1. Once again, though, Europe has mismanaged the success. And now talks not about success, but about crisis, and cannot be proud of itself somehow, despite this incredible success. This is confounding. If you landed from somewhere else and looked at what Europe has achieved, and you said, and they talk about it as if it's not working, they talk about it as if it's doomed, they talk about it as if they've lost their way. Someone needs to seize the question of Europe and explain to the nations in Europe why Europe is a success and what it's delivering for them and what it's about. Stop with the fear. Stop with the defensiveness. Go on the offensive. I'm not a European. Many of you are Europeans. To me, it's confounding. Okay, Brussels, I understand. Brussels to you is maybe even worse than what Washington is to me. I know it all too well, and I have very sharp things to say about it. Things that can't be recorded on a camera, for example. I know you can say this about Brussels too. I've been to Brussels. However, that's not what Europe is about. We need a redefinition which goes back to core principles and core institutions, and then we need a workable version of Europe that works for the nations that are inside Europe, so that you can get majoritarian opinion in support of the EU in the member countries. That's all. Now, does that involve blank or this or that, right? Those are things you've got to speak about. But what's necessary for Europe to function? What's necessary for Europe to be? Not what's the most ambitious version of it, but what's the necessary version, the part which would make it work. And why do we need more than the necessary, which I'm going to call sufficient for Europe to function, sufficient for Europe to be Europe? We can calibrate our ambitions in institutional terms while being extraordinarily ambitious in value terms. This is hard for politicians to figure out, right? How to get people soaring ambitions and to get functioning practical institutions, which are less ambitious because it's the sufficient level rather than the most ambitious level. So that's an abstract answer. But, you know, I'm very bullish on Europe. Yes, they messed up the currency union in some ways. Yes, we all know that. Yes, all of this is obvious in retrospect. But, my God, these are fixable problems compared to what other problems have been fixed. How about the Nazi problem? Was that a harder problem to fix than the common currency? I don't think so. I don't think it was nearly on the same level. Not at all. And that problem was fixed. West Germany and now United Germany is an unbelievably extraordinary story. It is an incredible country. It is a dynamic market economy with solidarity. It has an open society with solidarity. It's got amazing functioning democratic and legal rule of law order institutions. It made possible the liberation of Eastern Europe from communism. Solidarity is a story made possible by Germany, by Germany's success, right? So I don't understand why it's malaise, but you'll know from my second lecture that I talked about political entrepreneurialism. Political entrepreneurialism. We forget how valuable and important this is. Political entrepreneurialism is the key variable. Orban is an entrepreneur. Trump is an entrepreneur. I could go on. I could name the rest of the people you probably dislike with every fiber of your body. But I look at them, I study them, and I say, if I don't share their values, I want to see their techniques. I want to see their entrepreneurialism. And I want to see competitive politicians who can beat them in the marketplace of ideas because they're better political entrepreneurs. We've had such people. We've had a lot of great leaders in Europe. We've even had great leaders in Washington. Even in my lifetime, I've seen them. Right? It can be done. But that political entrepreneurialism is a crucial, without that, you have only people organizing in the streets, NGOs, or what you call civil society, right? You have all sorts of things that are flourishing, but you don't have the levers on the system without the political entrepreneurs. Maybe not a satisfactory answer to your question, but it's the one that came into my head.
There's several questions. Do you want to pick several questions because I want to get as many people as possible?
You're in charge, Ivan.
Yeah.
You
Let's
do
do
what
it
you
like
want.
this. This is also going to give you a wave if you don't want to answer somebody.
Be not afraid, Ivan. Just like John Paul II said. Be not afraid.
Please, who was the next one to speak? Yeah, please.
I don't think I was next, but since I have the microphone, I'll speak. Yeah, two comments. You said that you somehow forgot to mention, in my opinion, that the Russian sphere of influence also includes Syria. How come you did not mention Syria?
Okay.
Secondly, you also stated that the Russian regime that is not defending its state interests. I mean, what, besides defending its state interests, did Russia do in, say, Ukraine or also in Syria? It also seems a bit off from my point of view. Thank you.
Can I answer that one, Ivan? Because those are too big to let go. Yeah, so let's talk about what Russia has in Syria. What they've got in Syria. Tell me what they've got. Go ahead.
There was, for instance, well, Assad wanted to build a pipeline. Vladimir Putin interfered, and it's in the interest of the Russian state that this pipeline is not built.
Okay, so they have a butcher. They've got a butcher who controls a sliver of a former country. That butcher is internationally hated. Many people in Russia can't stand him. They're supporting him. What long-term strategy is that? Are they going to get, the country has been ruined. 400,000 estimated number of people are dead. The KGB did an analysis of the Soviet Union's influence in Africa. And they came up with, I've read the analysis, they came up with the story that the Soviet Union supports countries that are basket cases, that they're their friends, and that the main industry in all their basket case countries is civil war. That was Soviet influence in the Third World. This was the KGB writing. So they've got nothing in Syria. It's not an ally. It doesn't have an economy. It doesn't even have it doesn't have cities and universities and culture anymore because they've been destroyed. Now you can argue that what they've got is an ability to poke themselves and poke others in the eye in the international system. So if Syria continues to decline, but Assad holds on to that little piece of territory that he's got, that this is somehow a Russia success. This is not a success. This gives Russia nothing. This gives the Syrian people nothing. This gives Russia illusionary hold or illusionary leverage on the international system. Syria is a prime example of Russian failure. If that's where you're successful, Syria, where 400,000 people have been killed by this butcher and his opponents, how is that someplace that you're... Let's take Ukraine. What have they done in Ukraine? You've been to Crimea since Russia took Crimea?
I haven't been.
I have.
Well, they have a military base there, and they want to keep it, obviously.
Yeah, they had a military base before. But now they've lost the tourist industry, which was the economy in Crimea. That's a really big problem. And also, you know what they have? They have a pro-Western, Ukrainian-speaking Ukraine, which we didn't have before. And who created that? I'll tell you who created that. Vladimir Putin created that. Yanukovych was able to win. He won it in a legitimate election because he had Eastern Ukraine and Crimean votes. And Ukraine was divided between West and East, right? Now, Ukraine is more pro-Western than ever and more Ukrainian than ever, and nothing like Yanukovych could come to power now because Crimea doesn't vote inside Ukraine anymore. So what's he got in Ukraine? Again, he's got a country that was in distress before he came there. The Ukrainian elites annihilated that country. They made a basket case of that country with their misrule. Pro-Western, pro-Russian. It's disgusting what they did. And then he comes in and he creates Ukrainianism, Ukrainianization, Ukrainian solidarity. So you tell me how that's a, quote, defense of Russian nationalism. I could go on. I could give you details, greater details along these lines. Let's talk about, in fact, I'm sorry. Do you have something? Did I get something wrong there?
Not at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, suppose I'll grant you that. What about the second point? What about Syria being in the belonging to the sphere of Russian influence? What about that?
What's that worth? Tell me what's that worth.
Syria is in the Russian sphere of influence, which is something
not
that
Syria.
you forgot.
There's a part of Syria controlled momentarily by Assad, which I don't predict is going to last, and they have influence with him. And then what have they got when Assad goes? I got to tell you something. You know what? The United States has ally in South Korea. The government changes. One's more pro-American, one's less pro-American. It's a gigantic economy. It's an open society. It's an incredible ally. Okay? I could go on. There are 70 allies like that, formally, that the U.S. has. You tell me what Russia's allies look like. You know, when I say the KGB did this analysis of who our friends were and where our sphere of influence was, and that was when the Soviet sphere of influence was significant, and yet it was basket cases, right? It took a single Soviet transport plane, an entire gigantic military, just to send one tank to Africa. It cost them a fortune to participate in those incredible civil wars. And so Putin is doing it more cheaply, but with the same effect, right? You've been to Chechnya?
No, I haven't been.
Yeah, well, Chechnya is a positive outcome from the Russian sense. Syria, if it were positive, would end up like Chechnya. That is to say, there would be a strongman ruler who would corruptly rebuild skyscrapers in homage to himself, right? And declare fealty to the Kremlin while murdering people left and right and having the KGB complain to Putin about him. I'm sorry, the FSB, right? I mean, I take your point that they've got something in Syria, but it's negative value. You know when you have a factory and the stuff it produces is worth less than the inputs it goes in? That's called negative value in economics, right? Let alone the negative externalities like pollution and the other things caused. We're just talking about the value of the inputs and the outputs. That's what you've got. That's the Russian sphere of influence. Listen, it doesn't make me happy. I'm not happy that this is the case. I'm not anti-Russian. Believe it or not, I'm pro-Russian. That's why I'm angry.
Quick question. Do you think we've reached the high point of resentment and populism in the West?
A very important question, I understand. I'm not that good at predicting the future. And so, I don't know if we've reached the high point. It could be we're just beginning. Moreover, I'm not afraid of populism. Once again, right, I'm pro-democracy with a small d. And so the Brexit vote for me was completely legitimate. Those people had no voice, and their voice was exposed. Their voice was allowed to come forward, right? Maybe they have regrets. The campaign was mendacious. They were promised things that aren't going to happen, right? I understand that's politics, right? We all know about it. Parents sometimes do that with their children even, right? So I get it. I get all of that. But I'm good. If Marine Le Pen is successful, what does that mean to me? That means that there are people who are listening to her and think that the system is not working for them. And so she's challenging the system to respond. And not just to respond in negative fashion and to say, okay, let's all gang up to stop her. Where's the positive vision? Why not go into those neighborhoods, those regions that vote for her, and tell people a story that's meaningful to them, right? And make them part of the political system, but on your side, not on her side, right? That we don't have that yet. We don't have that political entrepreneurialism defending those voiceless people, right? Systems produce winners and losers. But just because people lose in something that's successful doesn't mean we don't have to pay attention to them, right? We can enjoy our success and pay attention to those who don't have success. Our problem is we focus on inequality. Inequality is a condition of prosperity. The issue is mobility, upward mobility. If inequality is increasing, but upward mobility is increasing, we're in great shape, right? If inequality is decreasing and upward mobility is decreasing, we're nowhere, right? We have to figure out again the upward mobility question. How you give more opportunity. You spread opportunity. Systems become ossified. The successful, when they get successful, kick the ladder away. They climb up, they're on the top, and then the ladder goes. And it's only for their kids. It's only for their people. This is, sociology 101, org theory 101, meaning, organizational theory first class at university, right? So every system needs to be jolted. It needs to be broken open, right? You know what Trump has done? He broke open the American system. This was very important. He's achieved nothing. And that system is holding on. But he created an opening. He destroyed the Bush dynasty. He destroyed the Clinton dynasty in a single electoral cycle. I love him for that. He's not fixing anything. And he's created a family regime. Family and Siloviki. It's astonishing. But nonetheless, the system was so stultified. It was so ossified. There was so little opportunity. There was so little voice for so many people. And there was an opening now. And that opening is huge. But where are the political entrepreneurs? Where's the creation of opportunity, the spread of opportunity, the focus on mobility, upward mobility, right? That's the key. That's what makes a society dynamic, successful. That's what makes democracy stable. Because no middle class, democracy doesn't last. If everybody is losing from the system, they don't want to keep the system necessarily, right? That's the threat we're facing. So I can't predict if we're peaking or we're not peaking. It's going to depend on this absence or presence of political entrepreneurs who are going to speak to those rightfully disaffected people.
Thank you. I know you know that Graham Allison is coming out with a new book about Thucydides' trap and the potential for a conflict, mainly with China, when you have a rising power. I suspect that you disagree with him on that topic, actually, but I would like your point of view.
So, Thucydides, it's hard to talk seriously about Thucydides and Graham Allison in the same sentence, but Graham Allison is a great figure, but Thucydides, something different. He wrote about, the inevitable conflict, Athens and Sparta. One was the dominant power, one was the rising power. The rising power had ambitions, the dominant power wanted to hold the rising power down, and sort of war looked inevitable. And so China is, we had this in the first lecture, as you recall, China is a rising power, the US is the dominant power. Is conflict inevitable? We had the rise of German power on the continent, that didn't end well from 1870 to 1945. We had the rise of Japanese power in East Asia, that didn't end well, right? And we had the American-British case, where the British gave way, partially reluctantly, and the Americans pushed them aside. Right? And that was not a conflagration and a war. That was instead the mythology, the delusion of the special partnership, right? Which has worked for everyone really well. like a marriage. You always have to have these mythologies about each other in order for the marriage to survive.
Illusion goes a long way.
Yeah. Okay. So, social science does this. It takes a couple of historical examples, and then it decides that there's a rule or a law or a trap, right? For a long time, there was something called Catholicism is incompatible with democracy. You won't remember it because you were young then, and Mussolini was in power. Is that me?
Yeah, keep joining.
Yeah, sorry. Nothing against Mussolini and Italians and everything else. But there was this argument in the same journal that Graham Allison writes for, Foreign Affairs, in the Establishment Journal in Washington. It's actually in New York, but it serves Washington. It's a great journal. And the argument was that, these Catholics can't do democracy. Look at Southern Europe. They can't do it. And then it turned out that the Catholics, they could do democracy. And so what did it become? It became, those Eastern Christians, those Eastern Orthodox, they can't do democracy. It's just inherently they're incapable. The values conflict. And then it turned out they could, and then it became the Muslims can't do democracy. There's an inherent conflict, there's a value conflict, and the Muslims can't do them. So now that's where we are in the stage of this, right? And so we have these patterns that we create, which become laws. Patterns are not laws. Patterns are what you learn from history. But history doesn't necessarily repeat itself. History is open. As long as you understand the structural forces at work, right? War comes from miscalculation. It comes from miscalculating risks, miscalculating benefits or costs, right? War is not an accident. It's a miscalculation. People talk about how everyone stumbled into World War I, right? Barbara Tuchman. And then we had Christopher Clark wrote this fantastic rewrite of Barbara Tuchman with more stuff on the Austrians and the Serbs. But it's the same argument, sleepwalkers, right? Here's the problem with sleepwalkers. Just to move the fodder that the horses ate took more than 1,000 orders from the Kaiser's office. So you don't sleepwalk into war when you have to send 1,000 orders that you sign just to move the food for the horses, correct? So it's not sleepwalking, it's miscalculation. It's a decision. It's a decision that elites make. The problem is the narrowness of the decision-making apparatus, right? One person, Xi Jinping, 2 people, 6 people can make these momentous decisions. Here we sit in Europe, and Donald Trump could bring the world to war. He's not consulting us. He's not asking, geez, what if I go to war? Would that be okay? Would you guys be good with that? Right? So that's the problem. We have the problem that decision makers can get us to war. But that's also not a given. And just because China is rising in a US-dominated world doesn't mean that China has to be stupid and the US has to be stupid. They can instead cooperate. Right? There has been nothing more important to China's success than the US. The US is the single biggest factor to China's success. Remember I talked about there's a sphere of influence of the West, and it's in East Asia too? And how Deng Xiaoping was looking at Japan, and it had been crushed in World War II and was in the ashes, and it rose to become the second largest economy in the world. And then the same thing happened with South Korea, and the same thing happened with Taiwan. And Deng Xiaoping looked at this and said, how did this happen? And it happened because they were partners with whom? Partners with the United States. And they sold manufacturing goods into the US market. And China made that strategic choice when Deng Xiaoping came to the US in '79. It changed from the Soviet Union as its sphere of influence to the US. And it was able competitively to make goods to sell into the US market, what Eastern Europe was never able to do. One of the reasons why Eastern Europe failed in the 70s and 80s was East Asia was successful. The East Germans, the Romanians, they had nothing to sell. The Chinese would eventually have something to sell, but the Japanese, the South Koreans, and the Taiwanese had plenty to sell. And in a competitive marketplace, you have to win the consumer, right? So what we have there, right, what we have there is China rising because of a de facto partnership with the US. Who guaranteed the security? Who guaranteed the open institutions? Who created and brought China into the WTO, right? You could go on and you could go on. You can't imagine China today without US power. You can't imagine it, right? And the Chinese are not stupid. They understand this. The problem is the potential for miscalculation. Evicting the US past the first island chain, past the second, East Asia has a first island chain, has a second. I didn't put that map on, I'm sorry, but I should have put that map now that I'm talking about it so much. But, move the US fleet out way beyond Chinese territorial waters and dominate East Asia. That they want to do, but without, as I said, giving up the US-based liberal rules, the rules-based order, right? And so that's the calculation they have to make. And then we have to make a similar calculation on our side, which is to say, how much of China's rise is okay by us, and how much of China's rise is a problem for us, right? That's negotiation and diplomacy, not only military. The challenge is that China is an opaque political system. And there's a lack of confidence over the long term in dealing with an authoritarian regime that's very powerful. The US feels very uncomfortable being in partnerships, having a system depend on authoritarian regimes. And the Chinese communists, right, their regime is the whole game for them. So this is where the miscalculation can come in on both sides. But no, it's not inevitable. And Joe Nye is a fantastic, amazing scholar.
Thank you very much. So what we're going to do now is we're going to have 4 of us who are going to ask questions. You're going to listen to us, and then it's going to be your final word.
Thanks very much for the presentation, which I found on the whole very convincing and even inspiring. But at the end, I was puzzled. You talked first about Russia, then you talked about China, and that left me with the impression that the only way out or the only future lies in anarchy. Then you turned to the US, and then you said that the US has important decisions to take or to make. And that gave me the impression, my question is, are you saying that whatever the US will decide, we're still doomed for anarchy? Or do you think that the US could or will take us out of the anarchy? And if so, how?
Thank you.
Here, there, and then I also want to ask a question. Please.
Although I learned now that you don't like any predictions, I tried. I'm quite often in Russia, and I would be interested to hear from you the situation in the Kremlin for the next 12 months. We all know the strategy of Putin, how he wants to survive, how he is trying to influence the population. Now, seeing that his support in the country itself is somehow deteriorating, and seeing that there will be presidential elections in 1 year, what are you expecting in a Putin strategy since 2018? Can it become dangerous?
Okay. There is one question there, and then I'll
Yeah, thank you. After what you said about inequality, I shouldn't make a remark that I'm going to make, but let me try nevertheless. I think the model of the West that you outlined can, in one sense, even be stripped down more, and in another sense, has to be completed. I think the model of the West is an economic and economistic model. Its success is based on a machinery that assures the maximization of aggregate welfare over a certain region, over a certain policy-making area for given resources. That's one part. The other part, however, is philosophical. It is the philosophy of liberalism. Has nothing to do with the economy. And there are connections between the two, of course. In order to keep the machinery of the market, of a market-driven economy going, you need a certain amount, but not unchecked, but a certain amount of economic liberalism. That you can have too much of it was shown in the financial crisis. And what I want to complete the model with is exactly the notion of inequality. Yes, inequality is not a wholly economic category. It is not an indispensable ingredient to the working of the market economy, not at all. It is a philosophical, a socio-philosophical concept, and of course we don't want an egalitarian economy, because this would kill incentives. But we don't need too much. We can't accept too much of inequality, of unjustified inequality, and that's why economists also measure inequality. Professor Atkinson and others, Joseph Stiglitz has written about it. So it's really simplistic to put inequality the way you did it in your model of the West.
Can I also ask a question? Because the way, in a certain way, you're presenting, and I very much agree this is success, but normally political regimes are destroyed by their success, not by their failures. So you have three kind of interesting paradoxes. One is that post-1989 world was declared as a victory for all. When the Cold War ended, the major message was no country, no society is losing. Communism lost, but Russia won, America won, Europe won.
Russia brought down the Soviet Union.
Exactly, absolutely. So strangely enough, now you have an order which nobody is ready to defend. Russia is a revisionist power, trivial one as you put it, I very much agree. China is a revisionist power, not a trivial one because of success, but the United States is a revisionist power, particularly when it comes to trade issues. So I'm saying this because you said the sphere of influence is very much also imitating your regimes, your institutions, basically your practices. What I find interesting about the Russian position is that Russia is challenging the West, not by coming with any alternative, it's not Soviet Union, but by imitating. But they believe that they're imitating what is the real West. Not what the West basically is saying, but what the West is doing to us. So from this point of view, imitation itself is becoming an instrument for subversing this very order. And this is nevertheless that when you talk about capacity, about power and so on, you don't have anything there, but you have this negative capacity based on the resentment with the system. It's the hypocrisy of the West and not the West that Russia is challenging. How this fits? And I am going to ask this because there is, in my view, one important thing that has happened, and American obsession with the Russian interference in the elections, real or not, is important of this. Before the nation states has a natural monopoly over knowing more about their own populations than other people's government. If you remember, basically, how the United States were trying to study Soviet society, Harvard projects, you're getting immigrants, you're asking them questions. Now with the big data, you can end up that some of a government of a foreign country can know more about you as a nation state. And if it's not true in the case of the US or Russia, it's obviously true in the case of the small countries or company can know more. How this is changing the idea of a sphere of influence?
Okay, so what do I have to answer? 2 minutes to answer those six questions? 6 questions out of 4 people? Yeah, so inequality is the organizing principle of the left. And so when I talk about inequality as not being the principal issue, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a mistaken leftist approach that does itself a disservice. I recognize that inequality exists. I've read many studies on inequality, and not just the social democratic ones. There are conservative studies, conservative economists who study inequality. When I talked about the West, what did I say? I said it was values and institutions. Values and institutions. It's an open society. It's a rules-based legal order. It's a democratic polity. It's an open, dynamic economy. Those are values and institutions. We can then debate those values and institutions. You like more regulation, somebody else likes less regulation. Those are completely legitimate debates. There's no question that those are legitimate debates. When you have a nice framework, like the West, which enables nonviolent discussion and settlement of differences, you can't expect a society to think the same. You expect a society to be very pluralist in its thinking. And you just need mechanisms. And so we can have a discussion of inequality. My own view, which I don't attempt to persuade you, is that it is a mistaken political project. That it's not going to deliver for the very people we're hoping to deliver, because those people need opportunity. They don't. The inequality debate is a distraction from the core fundamental problem of a lack of opportunity. These are my views. You don't have to share them, but those are my views.
What economists argue for is a reduction of inequality. Cut off the unjustified levels of success, as you put it. There's no
Once again, that's a debate. I understand that debate. And some people think that inequality should be reduced. For example, there should be higher taxes or whatever. I take no position on that. I'm taking no position whatsoever on that debate. I recognize that as a legitimate debate. I'm just telling you that the organizing principle of the left around inequality is not a successful strategy in tactical terms. That's my opinion. Never mind the identity politics, which is the bigger problem than the inequality story for the left, the destroying itself. Okay, now, the Kremlin, right now. You know, I'm not sure I know more than you know, so I'm not sure I have any value to add. But the regime is about self-preservation, and so everything is a hostage to the electoral victory. He could move the election up on an unexpected, unannounced fashion to cut short the electoral period. There is only one other candidate who they legally won't allow to run, and they may put him in jail again. Their problem is not him, because they can manipulate that process. Their problem is the vote total, because they'll need fraud in order to get a non-humiliating number in Moscow for the re-election. They can't get a smaller number than they got in 2012, because that means they're in decline. And it's very hard to manipulate vote counts now, because we have cyber capabilities to get inside systems and see what the actual vote count totals are. So it's a self-preservation story, and then nothing. You know, what comes after that? I don't even want to talk about it. But here's the problem. As regimes get towards the end game, as authoritarian regimes overstay their welcome, the existing elite structures need to guarantee their future. Right? Remember Mubarak? He was over 80 years old and he had cancer. And the existing elites who are tied to that Mubarak regime have everything at stake, all their property and their freedom. Right? All their money and all their freedom is at stake in any transition. So what you see in an authoritarian regime is a struggle inside the elite apparatus to deal with the succession issue, the uncertainty of continuation into the future. This is every authoritarian regime, right? Not just the Putin regime. And so, how long does the Putin thing continue to go? Let's remember that he's not well loved by the elites inside that system. They don't like what's happening to the country, and they know it better than I do. They have better information than I have by a lot, because they run the system. Right? And they're patriots, many of them, just like Putin is a patriot in his own way. Right? So that system could undergo inter-elite competition and struggle. Now, if the Putin thing keeps going, you're facing potential post-Putin collapse, right? You collapse in a heap. Putin's whole story was rescuing the Russian state from the Yeltsin-era collapse, because as I argued, the Soviet collapse didn't end in 1991. It continued all through the 90s, right? Now, this Soviet collapse, Putin arrested the Soviet collapse. It stopped. The system was able to rebuild a state, right? But that quest to rebuild a strong state has ended in what? Personal rule and even more corrupt system, dysfunctional system now. And so the very real possibility is that this unravels and that Putin's life project of rescuing the Russian state needs to be done by his successor again. That's the irony of Putin's rule. He could have gone down as the man who rescued the Russian state, and he may go down as the man who, like Gorbachev, destroyed it again. I don't predict that. I'm just saying that that's a possibility. And that, and then we have inside that the intra-elite competition for the succession problem. Nobody wants to lose their position, their property, their power, right? Their patrimony that is for their children. And so we could well see a significant struggle, not during the election, but after the election, to deal with the succession uncertainty. All right. Once again, I don't make any predictions, right? Authoritarian regimes are susceptible to elite power struggle. And elite power struggles are sometimes triggered by what happens in the streets, and sometimes not triggered by what happens in the streets, but just triggered internally, right? The brave people who come onto Tahrir Square in Egypt, right, set off a struggle inside the elite apparatus. A bunch of cowards, bunch of non-entities, all the lowlifes that Mubarak appointed so they wouldn't threaten him, that they would be not as qualified, right? That's called negative selection in sociology. That's what these regimes do. But even those people can become somewhat entrepreneurial by latching on to the courage, the resistance that you saw in the streets, right? So, in the Russian case, however, they can enter into those internal struggles without anything in the streets. That's the majority of authoritarian cases, right? Until recently, almost all authoritarian regimes were destroyed in a palace coup. That's how they died. Now, they've mutated. They're somewhat different. So it's hard to see where the possibility. Okay, let's get to the U.S. anarchy and the U.S. revisionist power question, because those are two versions of the same question. I think this is going to end. I think I'm sorry, I think we're over time even. I'm not good at short answers. I think that I've proven that over 3 lectures. Sorry. So that's why I don't do television. Not only, but that too. Okay. So, what have I said in 3 days? What have I actually said? What's the takeaway message here over 3 days? The takeaway message is that the Western sphere of influence is a stunning achievement and needs to be preserved, but is in a decline, a self-started, right, self-initiated structural decline. Not an end, not a collapse, not a Soviet scenario, but there are problems with the West that the West itself has been doing to itself. Not Russia, not China. The China story is a remarkable story. It's an incredible story. And I hope it continues. I hope they have even more success. I'm very impressed with what they've been able to do, and I would never sell them short, even though I listed their problems. But they cannot substitute for the U.S. So they're not going to displace the U.S. in that sense. The U.S. is either going to displace itself, and we get to the anarchy, or the U.S. is not going to displace itself. We don't know the answer to that question, just like we don't know the answer to what the EU is going to look like next year and the year after, because that's up to us. Right? That's up to us as publics and as our political entrepreneurs. It's wide open and possible. The U.S. has done many bad things, including to itself. And it's come out the other side even stronger. I remember the 70s, that's where these lectures began. If you were alive in the 70s and the mid-70s, would you have predicted the success that followed? Watergate, Vietnam, oil shock, right? There's a resilience. There's a tremendous resilience in the Western sphere of influence. There's tremendous resilience in Europe and tremendous resilience in the US system. And Trump is not up to the task of massive destruction. Moreover, Trump didn't start the problem. He's a symptom. He can add to the problem. He can worsen the West's loss of will, loss of understanding of what it is, inability to take advantage of its strengths, fear, tremendous fear of threats that are blown way out of proportion. He can exacerbate all of that. So far, it's very early. You know, we're 100 days in. There's 1,364 days to go of the Trump administration. So it's kind of early to write. Do you know what the Clinton administration was like its first year? I got to tell you, it was not very competent. A guy from Arkansas didn't know much about the world and about running the free world when he came to power. George Bush from Texas, Barack Obama, from what? What did he do before he got to Washington? Nothing. No significant accomplishments whatsoever, right? So we're early in this game, and Trump looks more unqualified than everybody else because he's got character issues that are fundamental. He's fundamentally dishonest in a way that none of these other people were. And the character issue is gigantic as a variable in decision making, right?
Actually, he's terribly intelligent, as he says himself.
Yeah, you know, we could talk, unfortunately, a lot about that, but I just want to, I don't want these lectures to end and the main point is obscured because I failed to state it properly, right? So the main point is it's early, it's not collapse, we're not at anarchy yet, there's tremendous resilience. We don't know how much resilience there is in the Chinese system because they haven't experienced a significant crisis yet. We're on the other side of 2008 financial crisis, and there was a lot more resilience in the global financial system than people understood there to be. In fact, the Chinese and the Russians thought the US was toast after that financial crisis. They wrote about it internally and they miscalculated because there's a resilience in Western societies. There's a resilience in democracy. There's a resilience in rule of law. There's a resilience in the Federal Reserve, which is a competent organization and which in fact runs the world economy, whether you like it or not, right? It's not a democratic institution. So this resilience is there. The structural issues, the self-defeat is gaining momentum, but it's very early. It's not the end of the world. Trump could have little effect on it. I don't think he could reverse it because he doesn't even understand these questions, right? Which is not to say, like I said, that his predecessors understood them that well. Barack Obama figured out that the world was changing, that China's power was rising, and that the US couldn't impose its will everywhere anymore. And the result of that was to do next to nothing. But that recognition was a profound recognition. But we needed a proactive version. Once you recognize that, what are you going to do? Because omission can sometimes be as bad as commission, right? Everybody sees Bush commission the Iraq War. People don't see omission the same way. So I'm not a pessimist. The US is not a fundamentally revisionist power. The US is undergoing a process whereby it's got to redefine how it is beneficial to America, to Americans, how it's nationalist to defend a global, open, rules-based international order. Thank you.